Chapter 825. What's the meaning of this? Ouyang Feng looked at the rock Chu Feng had gifted him. He looked at it again and again as he pondered over its meaning. After that, he put away the rock and arrived in front of Ingwudi with swan-like steps. With a solemn expression, he said, "I'll raise your wife myself. You don't need to worry." Ingwudi was stunned at first, but then he flew into a rage. He grabbed Ouyang Feng's swan neck and wanted to fight to the death with him. Immediately, the place was in chaos as the two of them began to fight. F***ck me. Your sister complex in a vinegar jar. Stop. This was written by the little Taoist. I just want to ask you for guidance. Stop. Ouyang Feng shouted. The two of them didn't stop fighting. On the other side, Chu Feng was whispering to Qin Luoyin as he gifted the rock to her. He had a very peaceful expression as he inquired about her well-being with a face full of smiles. Qin Luoyin lowered her head to look at the words carved on the rock. She was stunned at first, but a chilly expression appeared on her face. Soon after, her face turned slightly red. In the end, she clenched her teeth and said nothing. She turned into a beam of flowing light and appeared in front of the little Taoist. She grabbed his ear and gave him a beating. Ouch, it hurts. Mother, stop hitting me. There's still a group of people behind waiting to hit me. Be gentler. The little Taoist cried out miserably. He understood the situation at hand and knew that a group of people wouldn't let him off. He had already anticipated what was going to happen. Unfortunately, he was fixed in place by the five-color divine light and couldn't run away. Otherwise, he would have fled a long time ago. Ouyang Feng's black swan feathers were in a mess. He flapped his wings and carried a black tortoise shell on his back. He was as fierce as a bald dog as he roared. Chunan, I'll beat you to death, you little bastard. You actually dare to slander me for seducing sister-in-law. Qin Luoyin's expression darkened at the side. She wanted to beat Ouyang Feng and the little Taoist together. The little Taoist shouted, Brother Ouyang, let's talk this out. We're very close. Calm down first and don't get agitated. Bah! Ouyang Feng spat out a mouthful of soul saliva and pressed the little Taoist down. He gave him a good beating and emphasized, Nephew, I'm your uncle. Ouch, this grandpa Taoist is dying of pain. Jun Tuo-sun, you better stop right now. Otherwise, I'll settle things with you later. Don't think that I can't beat you. If Grandpa Taoist unleashes his might, none of you will be my match. Little bastard, you still dare to threaten me. Ouyang Feng pressed him down and rubbed him. The little Taoist was terrified at once and said, Uncle Ouyang, stop. I'm convinced. On the other side, Chu Feng was happily chatting with Ing Zhixin. He was very concerned as he asked her about her circumstances over the past year. At the same time, he also gave away the rock that was related to her. Ing Zhixin's temperament was ethereal, and she wasn't tainted by the world of mortals. But after she carefully looked at this stone tablet now, her face actually turned crimson. After that, she directly smashed the rock onto the little Taoist's head. Ah, second mother, are you going to kill someone? It hurts so much. The little Taoist rolled all over the ground as he pretended to be terrified. Ingwudi walked over with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because the little Taoist had repeatedly carved words on the rock, saying that he was an older sister complex. He believed that this had completely ruined his reputation. Uncle, what reputation do you still have? You can ask around. Who here doesn't know that you're attached to your older sister? The little Taoist was stubborn like a dead duck. Ingwudi was terribly angry. He rolled up his sleeves and gave the little Taoist a painful beating. Uncle, the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent, and the shore is at hand. Hey, you're still not going to wake up? The little Taoist actually wanted to give Ingwudi a severe warning. Ingwudi's face immediately darkened as he gnashed his teeth and said, Say another word. Why don't you try hitting me again? Challenged the little Taoist. Bang. Oh my, you're really hitting me? Uncle, being attached to your older sister is an illness that needs to be treated. The little Taoist threw caution to the wind and was stubborn until the end. However, he quickly lost his balance because he saw his father holding two rocks and talking to his mother and Ing Zhixin in a gentle and soft voice, as though they were communicating about something. The little Taoist's morale was bad. This shameful father of his was really using his carvings to flirt with people. He was simply going to be angered to death. He was getting beaten up here, and his father was charming and gentle over there with ripples on his face. He was too hateful and too shameless. After that, Ing Xiao Xiao came over to denounce him and said, "Little Taoist, you describe my older sister and sister Luoyin as being affectionate and righteous." They were still thinking of Chu Feng at the last moment of their lives, and it made people's hearts ripple a little. Why is it that when it's my turn, you just skimmed over it in one stroke and didn't describe it in detail? After that, a small fist smashed into the little Taoist's eye socket, making him shriek miserably. F***CK. The little Taoist wanted to curse. What was this? He didn't criticize the silver-haired little Lolita, but she was unhappy instead, so she came to beat him up. He was truly speechless and wanted to ask the heavens if there was still justice in this world. "You can't really be thinking of becoming my little mother, right?" he asked recklessly. After that, a fist as big as a big bowl came crashing down. Ing Wudi was still there, so he decisively made a move and violently beat him up again. "Ugh, it hurts so much. Stop, I'm convinced. Mothers, uncles, I apologize. It's all my fault. All of you, please stop." This place couldn't calm down for a very long time. Chu Feng didn't hide anything as he narrated his experience on the other side of the stone millstone. He mentioned that several hundred corpses of gods were strewn across the ground, and everyone's expressions changed. So what if he became a god? In the end, he still couldn't escape death. Moreover, his later years were so miserable as he was entangled by the gray matter for his entire life. He died with his eyes wide open and was truly tragic. Wow, brother-in-law, you've grasped a god-grade special technique and the highest inheritance of 6 gods. The silver-haired little Lolita's large eyes shone. She was fairly excited when she heard what Chu Feng had obtained. "Don't be so happy. I'm asking you guys, do you really dare to cultivate it?" Chu Feng had a grave expression. He was becoming more and more fearful now. He had obtained a lot in this world and obtained the strongest god's special technique, but he didn't dare to continue cultivating it. Ing Zhixian was very rational and very calm as she said, "This is a very serious problem that needs to be faced squarely. We shouldn't sink too deeply into it as much as possible. Isn't it too regretful? It's a god-grade special technique. It's a secret technique that's destined to make one a god. It's placed right in front of us, yet we can't cultivate it. It's too vexing." Chu Feng said in a deep voice, "It's best not to touch this thing for the time being if we can. There's no harm in learning it after we find a solution. Besides, if we cultivate the breathing technique step by step, our spiritual energy can also increase to an extremely shocking level if 100 years really pass." Chu Feng had seen the miserable state of those gods after they died with his own eyes. Even the god's blood carried a fishy stench and had a rotting smell. Gray mist pervaded the air, and he felt his hair stand on end. "Take care of ourselves." Qin Luoyin agreed and tried not to come into contact with the special technique as much as possible. Everyone present nodded solemnly. In fact, this space was precious not because of the special technique, but because the flow of time was different from the original universe. "All right, did you guys discover the divine medicine near the abyss?" Chu Feng inquired. He was somewhat tempted. "Yes, that divine medicine can fly. It's full of strange phenomena, and a strong fragrance assails our nostrils. It's too tempting. Unfortunately, we didn't dare to pluck it. We've been waiting for Yao Yao to come. I've decided. I'll start studying domains from now on." Chu Feng made up his mind. He felt that if he used the difference in the flow of time here to comprehend domains, it would be enough to break free from the shackles of the Domain Master realm and advance to the Grandmaster realm. In that case, he could pluck the medicinal herbs on the Bloody Mountain Peak or the Abyss without a hitch. In that case, his attainments and domains would improve, and his strength would also improve greatly after plucking the medicinal herbs. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, there wouldn't be any strange substances entangling him, so he didn't have to worry about a calamity descending upon him in his later years. The more Chu Feng thought about it, the more he was moved. Bring me to the abyss to take a look. He decided that he wouldn't cultivate the little 6 rays of time for the time being unless it was absolutely necessary. He hoped that day would never come. All right, let's go and take a look together. Ouyang Feng led the way, and the others followed. The little Taoist was finally no longer being beaten up. He had a bitter expression on his face. Although it was said to be adjacent to the abyss, it actually required 6 to 7 days of travel. That was because there were divine beasts in the abyss. They didn't dare to get too close for fear of being seen through. 7 days later, they arrived at a bizarre place along the wasteland. A huge abyss lay across them. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It was pitch black, as if it could swallow people's souls. It was extremely vast, like a vast black ocean. This is only one of the 6 abysses. It's relatively quiet here, and no one usually comes close, Qin Luoyin explained. Chu Feng nodded. He could already smell a faint medicinal fragrance after arriving here. There were specks of light at the bottom of the abyss, and the cries of birds could be heard from time to time. Chu Feng opened his golden eyes and looked carefully. There seemed to be a vermilion bird circling below. It was fiery red and brilliant. According to them, that was a divine medicine that could fly into the sky and tunnel into the earth. There's no one guarding this place? Chu Feng was astonished. This abyss is rather special. An extremely ancient existence is sleeping here. It doesn't need to be guarded and normally doesn't like to be disturbed by outsiders. That's why it's very quiet, Ying Zhixian informed him. The other 5 abysses were completely different. Not only were there underground cities, but there were also medicinal fields and market squares. They were usually very lively. Does the divine beast cultivate a special technique? Chu Feng asked. Some cultivate, so their lifespans are very short, but some don't cultivate. For example, the ancient existence sleeping here doesn't have the so-called strange old age. It has lived for a long time and made everyone afraid. Of course, not cultivating a special technique meant that it had to endure a relatively long period of ordinary life and watch others soar into the sky while it could only slowly advance. However, the divine beast's innate talent was astonishing. It would definitely grow up in the end. The divine medicine at the bottom of the abyss would occasionally turn into a small red bird and fly out. It would spread its wings and soar, filling the air with medicinal fragrance and leaving behind a large scarlet and sparkling rain of light. Unfortunately, it's very cautious and we can't catch it. Ouyang Feng's eyes were fervent. He was almost drooling over the divine medicine at the bottom of the abyss. There were at least 2 or 3 divine beasts living together in the other abysses. This was the only place where a divine beast lived alone. It was reported that it might be a divine bird, the vermilion bird. It was precisely this race that lived here all year round. Their blood essence and aura nourished the divine medicine. The outside world guessed that the vermilion bird race had a sparse population and their bloodline was getting fewer and fewer. They were on the verge of extinction, and the only remaining old vermilion bird was sleeping all along. It was thinking of a way to continue the bloodline of this race as much as possible. If I cast a technique here, I won't alarm that old vermilion bird, right? Chu Feng asked. It'll be fine as long as you don't cause too much of a commotion. That divine bird has been sleeping for many years and won't wake up for a while, said Ouyang Feng. Chu Feng rose high into the air and activated his fiery eyes. He stood above the abyss and looked down. 2 golden beams of light emerged, but they didn't rush into the ground. They turned into dazzling runes. He was already sufficiently adept at using this kind of divine ability now. There was no need for the light to explode and alarm all directions. This abyss was too deep and extremely vast. The underground was vast. Chu Feng felt that it was at least several hundred kilometers deep. After that, he searched carefully and finally sensed something. That was, his pupils contracted as he saw a nest on a stone wall. There were living beings there. Upon closer inspection, an old bird's feathers were about to fall off completely, revealing its aged body. It didn't move at all and didn't have the slightest aura of life. It lay there as if it had already passed away. What shocked him the most was that there were a few red birds in the nest. They were all very small and had bright red feathers all over their bodies. They tottered as they tore apart a python to eat. Quasi-sage. Chu Feng was shocked. That python was already dead, but the energy pervading the golden horn on its head was absolutely incomparably powerful. He suspected it to be a quasi-sage. Who was this? The vermilion bird race didn't have any descendants. The information was clearly wrong. Chapter 826. What did you see down there? Ouyang Feng stretched out his neck and tilted his swan head as he peered into the dark abyss. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. He clearly told them that this place wasn't ordinary and that the outside world's guesses were wrong. It was not until they were far away that Chu Feng began to narrate in detail. What? An old vermilion bird whose feathers are about to fall out? I can't sense its breath, and there are no signs of life. Most importantly, there are a few little red birds. This time, I have a great opportunity. Ouyang Feng was about to cry. You didn't hear the main point. Those little vermilion birds are eating the flesh of a quasi-sage python. Chu Feng was incomparably solemn. This meant that the old vermilion bird didn't seem to have any life, but it was definitely still alive, and it was extremely terrifying. The food it chose for its heir was a bit ridiculous. Wow, I rarely eat quasi-sage ferocious beasts as ingredients. The silver-haired little Lolita cried out. Chu Feng propped his forehead with his hand. He felt that Jun Tuo's son and the silver-haired little Lolita were too insensitive. What were the two of them paying attention to? Qin Luoyin said, There's no doubt that the old vermilion bird has entered his later years. He's conserving his strength, similar to hibernation. He'll only wake up when he needs to hunt for food for his young. She had revealed the truth. That old vermilion bird really didn't have much life left. After the little Taoist was beaten up, he had been listless these past few days. Now, he finally became spirited and said, What a great fortune! After the old vermilion bird passes away in meditation, we'll go down and adopt a divine bird. When the time comes, we'll each have a vermilion bird as a mount. Boundless deity, just thinking about it makes me excited. You have to know that this kind of divine bird is too rare and has a noble bloodline. This is an existence that dares to fight against the gods. The more the little Taoist spoke, the more excited he became. When the time comes, I will naturally sit on the vermilion bird's back and soar above the 9 heavens. At that time, I will possess the layout and aura of a celestial venerable. That makes sense. When the time comes, I'll let the vermilion bird help me pull the carriage. Ouyang Feng nodded. The silver-haired little Loli blinked her big eyes at him and said, Aren't you a divine bird yourself? Oh, right. You're a female, right? When the time comes, I'll find a young male vermilion bird to be your Tao companion. You'll definitely be very happy. Ouyang Feng, #yen%. He really wanted to quarrel with Ing Xiao Xiao, but when he saw that dark-faced man with an older sister complex glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey and looking like he wanted to stand up for his younger sister, he endured it. This grandpa is a man. Also, in Woody, you used to be a pretty boy. Have you eaten yourself to death recently? Your face is so dark every day. Ing Woody had a serious expression on his face as he said, Am I as black as you? I'm black from head to toe. F***CK. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Ouyang Feng strode away with his swan steps. He was so angry that he turned his head and ignored him. It's difficult. It's very dangerous there. Qin Luoyin spoke. She was apprehensive of the abyss and wasn't very optimistic about their idea of adopting a vermilion bird. Chu Feng nodded, expressing his agreement. This was an old vermilion bird that was ridiculously powerful. It would definitely pave a path of retreat for its descendants, or else how could it leave this world in peace? A thought flashed through Ouyang Feng's mind, and he said, I just remembered something. Recently, there have been other people who have been asking about the vermilion bird's abyss. Last time, there was a group of people who passed by our dwelling and even asked about it. This startled everyone as they had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. The other divine beasts of the abyss or the gods of the vicious beast plateau are aware of this place and are most likely gathering information. It's very likely that they'll make a move against this place. Ying deduced. A divine bird was about to die. There were too many good things on its body. In addition to the divine medicines and scriptures collected in its residence, even the gods would be tempted. The most crucial thing was that once this kind of creature was subdued and nurtured, its combat strength would be unimaginable. It might even be stronger than the gods themselves in the end. That means we're directly out of the game? The silver-haired little Lolita was unresigned. How's that possible? Where there's a will, there's a will. Even if we create an opportunity, we have to take away a young vermilion bird. Ouyang Feng rubbed his palms together. Boundless deity, we still have a chance for this kind of matter. With this deity's experience of roaming the world, this old vermilion bird isn't simple. Perhaps it'll give all the gods and divine beasts a pleasant surprise. When the time comes, we might not necessarily be able to adopt a young vermilion bird, but we'll definitely be able to collect quite a lot of divine blood. The little Taoist judged that a battle between gods was most likely going to happen here. The blood of divine beasts and gods would spill onto the earth. Ying nodded and said, "It's possible that the old vermilion bird will fake its death or take the initiative to detonate the crisis in advance. I think it'll most likely drag some divine beasts and gods along with it on its deathbed." A scene of the future emerged in front of everyone's eyes. The old vermilion bird had an heir and was about to die. This was a major matter that would lead to bloodshed and chaos. Ouyang Feng cried out, "Oh no! We have to hurry back and tell Sister Yao Yao not to loot the vicinity of the abyss no matter what. This place is about to become a land of trouble." According to their previous contact, Yao Yao might come to the abyss. Even though they hadn't confirmed which divine beast heir she was going to loot, the divine medicines here were definitely very tempting. On the way, Chu Feng said, "We have to be prepared at all times. When the time comes, a great battle will break out between the gods, divine beasts, and divine birds. Heads will definitely roll, and divine blood will splatter everywhere. We have to ponder over this carefully and see whether it's more worthwhile to lay dormant here to collect divine blood or to directly plunder a god's lair or another divine beast's abyss. Father, the older the ginger, the worse it gets. You have criminal genes from head to toe, and you're rotten from head to toe. We're still thinking about how to toss and turn around here, but you have great foresight. You've already used your sharp criminal vision to see through millions of kilometers away. I'm impressed. Unfilial son, come over here. I'll beat you to death." Chu Feng chased after him. Boundless deity, this little Taoist will make a move first. The little Taoist stuck out his buttocks and took a stride with his pair of short legs as he broke into a mad dash. He had grasped a secret technique from his previous life and had always been very arrogant. He believed that he wasn't weaker than others, even when he was just born. Upon seeing this, everyone could only chase after him from behind. This nephew of mine really isn't careless. His pair of short legs run really fast. After flying for half a day, Ouyang Feng was so tired that he stuck out his tongue like an old yellow dog and panted heavily. He couldn't stand it any longer. The little Taoist could draw support from the chi of the earth and easily traverse dozens of kilometers with a single step. He was really too fast. Even though his short legs weren't long, he was extremely fast. The others were very tired. If Ying Xiao didn't have her sister's 5-color divine light to carry her, she would have definitely fallen behind and disappeared long ago. They chased after him along the way, and at the same time, the little Taoist's blood-curdling screams were accompanied. After all, he was too young in this life and didn't have enough stamina. After he was caught by Chu Feng, he couldn't avoid being hung up and beaten. By the time they returned to their original dwelling, it was already 6 days later. They were much faster than when they left. They decided to wait here and meet up with the people from Mount Eternal to inform them of the Abyss's current situation. They couldn't act rashly, and reap the benefits of others was the right way. Something's wrong. There's something here. Ouyang Feng was vigilant. After that, they saw a lame old fox. One of its forelegs had disappeared, and half of its hind leg was left. Its eyes were golden, but its fur was dim, and almost all of its fur had fallen off. Furthermore, the latter half of its body was almost petrified. Some parts of its body had turned into rock, including that lame leg. What demon is this? The little Taoist jumped up. Based on his instincts, he felt that this old fox whose fur was about to fall off wasn't ordinary. Boundless deity, this poor Taoist greets you. This lame, yellow-furred old fox's face was full of kindness. The little Taoist was disgusted. He was also from the Tao race, but a lame fox with golden eyes was reciting the same Taoist name as him. This made him feel disgusted. Great immortal who, you should recite Ba instead. The little Taoist felt a toothache as he looked at this yellow-furred fox. He didn't have a nerve to recite boundless deity himself. This poor Taoist is suffering. Now, even my Tao race identity is about to be stripped away. The old fox sighed. At this point, the rims of its eyes turned red. What was going on? The few of them were at a loss for a moment. All right, don't cry. I'll allow you to recite deity. Tell me, what's your identity? Why did you run over to our dwelling? What's your objective? Inquired the little Taoist. Sigh, it's fine if I don't say my identity. You guys won't believe me even if I say it. The lame fox shook its head. Say it. This old Taoist is thick-skinned. No matter how incongruous your words are, I can face them with a smile. Fine, believe it or not, it's up to you. This poor Taoist is a deity of the Tao race. I once overlooked the ups and downs of the world and watched the common people struggle for survival. I didn't expect that I would also become an ant in the mortal world one day. How lamentable. The yellow-furred old fox had a very sorrowful look on its face. Its pair of golden eyes, in particular, showed the aura of the vicissitudes of time. It was as if it had experienced such a long time. Speak human language. Ouyang Feng was the first to shout. Great immortal who? Are you trying to use the art charm on us? It's useless. The little Taoist couldn't take it anymore. He recited boundless deity every day. In the end, an old fox ran in front of him today and said that he was a deity. Wasn't this kicking his face? This poor Taoist knew that you guys wouldn't believe me. It's fine if I don't mention it. The past will be gone with the wind. There are times when a deity also turns into soil. What's there to not see? The lame old fox shook his head. The little Taoist and Ouyang Feng naturally didn't believe him. But Chu Feng was shocked because he saw that other than a petrified broken tail on the back of this lame old fox, there were still 8 scars. This meant that he was at least a 9-tailed celestial fox. As a result, Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, Since you're a deity, how did you end up in this state? I was abandoned. The old fox smiled miserably. Why was I abandoned? I'm not the only one who was abandoned. Even this world has been abandoned. It's your suffering to be born in this world, and it's your misfortune to end up in this world. If you dwell here for a long time, you'll die very miserably in your later years. The little Taoist curled his lips and said, Fraud, this kind of method of yours is what this poor Taoist left behind from back then. It's not worth mentioning. Who doesn't know that cultivating special techniques doesn't have a good ending in one's later years? Don't pretend to be a deity anymore. Never mind. It's fate that we met. This poor Taoist will perform a divination. The yellow-furred old fox narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. He suddenly raised his head and said, This is bad. There's going to be great chaos in the vicinity of the abyss. There will be a battle of gods within 3 days, and the effects will be widespread. Everyone should avoid the calamity. At that time, there will most likely be exceptional divine birds sweeping through the world. The few of them were all stunned. If this lame fox dared to perform a divination like this 6 days ago, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. But after Chu Feng personally witnessed the old vermilion bird's state in the abyss, he couldn't help but be fearful now. Oh, little scholar, there will most likely be a bloody calamity today, the lame fox said as he stared at the little Taoist. The little Taoist raised his head and said in disdain, Who are you lying to? Are you going to say that you'll help me resolve this and then make me give you some incense money? I'm very clear about this kind of thing. Why don't you take a look at who I was in my previous life? My professional knowledge is more exquisite than yours. This poor Taoist never lies. When I was in the world of the living, The various divine kings wanted to request a divination from me, but couldn't. Today, I took the initiative to offer a divination, yet I was slighted by you. Forget it, forget it. Fate has come to an end. I'll bid farewell here. After saying this, he moved the lower half of his petrified body with difficulty and was about to leave this place. Moo! It was at this time that a loud bull's roar came from the horizon and shook the surroundings. Hee-haw! Hee-haw! Lu Feiyong, the proud son of heaven of the aristocratic family of the Nanjiang River, is here. May I ask, who in the world can contend against him? Thieves, come over and kowtow. Chapter 827. The number one in the world is here. He has been unhindered for 20 years. Who can resist him? A donkey's voice rolled in the distance. Moo! At the same time, a black light swept through heaven and earth along with the bull's roar like a huge mountain. It was a black yak with a huge physique. He was as fast as lightning as he fought fiercely with someone. How dare you bully my brother? Get your weapons and attack. Ouyang Feng was the first to shout. He rushed forward and actually saw the old donkey and the black yak. He was originally going to find them. Chu Feng didn't say anything after seeing this. He directly rushed toward the horizon and swept out his yin-yang light to bombard those enemies. Those attackers were a group of roving bandits. There were humans and vicious beasts among them. They ran amok in the wasteland and were all very fierce. If it wasn't for the black yak and the old donkey being valiant, they might have been killed. Behind them, Ing Zhuxian, Qin Luoyin, and Ing Wudi also moved out. They came from the same cosmos, so they naturally had to help. The little Taoist braced himself and went forward. He saw that there were 5 or 6 uncles in the group. Fortunately, not all of them came. Otherwise, just shouting along the way would have given him a headache. Moo, Chu Feng? Is he a human or a ghost? Didn't they say you threw yourself into the millstone to commit suicide? The black yak cried out strangely and jumped up in excitement. When they learned that Chu Feng had disappeared some time ago, it was like a bolt from the blue. It made them very worried for a moment. Threw himself into the millstone to commit suicide? Chu Feng's face darkened. Who was spreading rumors? He looked at Ouyang Feng and the little Taoist before sweeping a glance at Ing Wudi. He reckoned that the 3 of them couldn't escape. Hee-haw, hee-haw, you scared Grandpa Donkey to death. I thought I saw a ghost in broad daylight. Ha-ha, Brother Chu Feng, I'm so happy to see you. I didn't think we'd meet again in this land of the fallen. It's fate. I was scared to death when I heard you threw yourself into the millstone to commit suicide. I felt that life was meaningless, but now I finally have the courage to continue living. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth twitched when he heard that, and he reprimanded. What nonsense are you talking about? You're making it sound like I'm having an ambiguous relationship with you. Do you think you're a peerless beauty that can topple a city? Old Donkey laughed dryly and explained, No, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that the heavens don't even want a scourge like you, yet you're still able to come back alive and kicking. This is truly a great encouragement to us. Good people like us rarely sell saints, sons, and goddesses. We'll definitely be able to live longer. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. Do you want me to have a taste? Chu Feng sneered at it. Preposterous. Do you all think this one is made of paper? Flirting in front of me, all of you deserve death. The leader of the bandits shouted. It was a mammoth, covered with long, golden fur. It was huge, and as it galloped, the ground quaked and the mountains shook as it charged toward Chu Feng. F***, what kind of eyesight is that? Which eye of yours saw Grandpa Donkey flirting? As a member of a scholarly aristocratic family, Grandpa Donkey has always been very orthodox. My aesthetic standards are also very normal, okay? He propped up a pair of large ears and bared his teeth as he said, I like those with large ears and strong, snow-white teeth when they smile. It's best if they're from the Pegasus race. If that doesn't work, beauties from the unicorn race will also do. Are you questioning Grandpa Donkey's aesthetic standards? Chu Feng wanted to kick him to death and send him flying. As for that mammoth, it immediately turned around and charged toward old Donkey. Its pair of tusks glowed and transformed into 2 secret treasures that flew out. They flickered with cold light as if they were going to split open the void. Chi. At the crucial moment, Ouyang Feng made a move. He was very loyal and helped old Donkey block 2 curved blades as he fought the bandit leader. Brother, quickly attack. There's a golden body expert here. Even further away, the Manchurian tiger howled as it frantically fled. At this moment, Ying Zhexian and the little Taoist had also charged over. Chu Feng didn't hesitate, as he was afraid that something would happen if he delayed any longer. He rushed toward Ying Zhexian and requested to join hands to use the wonderful 7 treasures technique to end the battle quickly. Chi. The two of them flew together and streaked across the sky like a gorgeous rainbow. They sprinkled down a large expanse of light rain with terrifying might, and the bandits below continuously screamed miserably. It was only a wave of attacks, but a dozen or so people lost their lives. Go! The mammoth was greatly shocked and turned around to run, but it was already too late. Chu Feng and Ying Zhexian were like a pair of immortal companions as they crossed the sky and swept down a gorgeous multicolored light to kill him. His enormous body immediately exploded and turned into blood and bones. The group of bandits was terrified, and their faces were pale as they scattered in all directions. In the end, they were chased and killed, and 90% of them died here. Brother, I missed you to death. It's good that you're all right. The Manchurian tiger and the horse king also rushed over and hugged him passionately. In addition, there was also the mastiff king, old donkey, and the big black yak. A total of 5 people rushed over. Brother, it's good that you're all right. It's a cause for celebration that you've returned safely. The big black yak also went forward and hugged him warmly. What kind of technique did Chu Feng and your sister use just now? Was it the legendary flying together and having telepathy? Or was it a pure dual cultivation technique? The old donkey asked Ing Wudi in a low voice. Ing Wudi's face turned purple, but he restrained himself from getting angry. When everyone met, they were naturally incomparably enthusiastic and lively. It took a long time before they calmed down. In the end, Chu Feng asked, "Where's Yao Yao and the others?" Princess Yao discovered traces of a divine beast's heir and brought some people over to discuss some follow-up cooperation matters, the Horse King informed. What kind of cooperation? Chu Feng was curious. She most likely wants to borrow some divine beast blood from the other party. The Manchurian tiger replied with a serious expression. Chu Feng was speechless. They were going to rob the divine beast's heir. So why did they have to speak so elegantly? They weren't outsiders. The Manchurian tiger said, "Cough, isn't this? Sister-in-law is here? I'm afraid it won't be a good influence. So I chew on my words and try not to speak so boldly." If this was called elegance and chew on words, wasn't it all plain talk? Oh my, Nephew Gu is becoming more and more handsome. The old donkey enthusiastically went forward and greeted the little Taoist. He immediately picked him up and bared his teeth at him with a smile. The little Taoist also smiled. After all, he was being praised. Look, don't we look like uncle and nephew? We're two-fated. We both have the same long ears and snow-white teeth. Just looking at us is pleasing to the eye. The little Taoist's little face immediately darkened. Mother asterisk her, what kind of expression is that? They look like nothing. The big black yak finally said something fair and said, "Don't mess things up. Nephew Gu is so handsome. How can you compare to him? Do you see? His face is slightly dark, and his skin color is similar to mine. People of our type all possess healthy and honest exemplary temperaments." The little Taoist's face darkened even more as he looked at the big black yak with an unfriendly expression. You're already dark from head to toe, yet you still have the nerve to say that I'm the same type as you? Are you praising or cursing? The big black yak nodded further and said, "Look, Nephew Gu's face is even darker. It's becoming more and more in line with my heroic temperament. His small appearance is too handsome. I can't help but recall myself when I was young when I saw him." All of you, shut up. How can you praise people like this? Don't speak if you don't know how to speak. The Horse King berated them and walked forward while rubbing his shiny bald head. He revealed a good-natured smile. The little Taoist immediately became vigilant and rushed to say, "I have a head of jet black long hair. I'm not bald, so I don't look like you. Look, Nephew Gu is so smart that he's scared from your praise. He's given me a warning in advance. Don't worry, your Uncle Ma is meticulous. How can I speak so crudely like this bunch of uncouth men? Nephew Gu is indeed beautiful. Look at that small cherry mouth and those rippling eyes. They're practically. At this point, he looked at Ing Zhexian and said, he's too similar to Fairy Ying. They're practically identical. In the future, he'll certainly be as handsome as Jade and become the #1 handsome man under the starry skies. Both mother and son have outstanding, elegant demeanors, like immortals descending to the mortal world. The Horse King was immensely proud of himself after he finished speaking. He believed that he had a godly bootlicking skill. If the old Ma family dared to say that they were #1 under the heavens, no one would dare to say that they were #2. As a matter of fact, he even praised his child's mother. However, everyone present was petrified and relatively silent. Qin Luoyin and Ing Zhexian, in particular, had slightly darkened charming faces and wanted to beat him up. The little Taoist silently turned around. He felt that the injury he received was even more severe than before. This group of uncles were too unreliable. What's wrong with you guys? The Horse King still hadn't figured out what was going on. He asked Ing Tian and said, Brother Ing, don't you think so? It's also your Ing family's fortune to have such a biological nephew and biological sister's child. Ing Wudi's complexion turned from black to green. Even his eyes were oily green as he gnashed his teeth and said, Shut up. The Horse King straightened his neck and said, F***CK. What do you mean? Are you looking down on our Earth? We're also one of the top 10 planets now, and our families are well matched. It's not an injustice for the Ing family's fairy to marry into Earth. I know, you have the face of a typical feudal parent. You want to break up a pair of lovebirds, but no way. We already have a child, so what are you going to do? The Horse King chattered as he showered Ing Wudi with a torrent of dog blood. His soul-light saliva splattered everywhere and was even fiercer than a toad's as it sprayed all over Ing Wudi's face. Stop! Chu Feng hurriedly stopped him. Otherwise, a fight would definitely break out here. After the Horse King found out the truth, he almost turned around and left. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. He clearly saw Chu Feng and Ing Zhexian flying side by side and displaying their dual cultivation technique. So how could the child mother be someone else? This was too outrageous. They didn't take care of old people like them who had been single for several hundred years at all. How could they endure this? I'm sorry. This is... Ahaha. Nephew eldest is too similar to Goddess Luoyin. He's 90% like his mother and 10% like his father. No wonder he's so handsome. However, the scene was too cold. The two women ignored him. In the end, it was the little Taoist who changed the topic and said, Where's that crippled old fox, Celestial Venerable? After they returned, their figures were nowhere to be seen. They had already escaped without a trace a long time ago. As expected, you're a swindler. You want to trick me into saying there's going to be a bloody calamity? How is that possible? The little Taoist was still mumbling to himself at first, but after hearing that Yao Yao wasn't far away, he felt that with such a valiant aunt who made him dizzy, no one would dare to hurt her. For this reason, he even specially sought confirmation from the big black yak and the old donkey whether Yao Yao was really about to arrive. I reckon she'll arrive as soon as she borrows the divine blood. The Manchurian tiger nodded and answered with certainty. Yao Yao was about to arrive. The little Taoist let out a long sigh and said, I'm relieved now. There definitely won't be a bloody calamity. However, Chu Feng's eyelids were twitching wildly. His conjecture was the complete opposite of his own. He reckoned that if the little Taoist really were to encounter a bloody calamity, it would be because of Yao Yao. He was somewhat regretful. He shouldn't have taught the little Taoist. In a while, if he really saw Yao Yao and randomly recognized him as her relative, it would be fine if the little Taoist encountered a bloody calamity, but even he might encounter a bloody calamity. Both father and son might be dealt with, and that would be terrible. Chu Feng warned him before the battle. Son, I'm telling you, when you see Sister Yao Yao in a while, you must respect her. Don't speak carelessly. Do you understand? Chapter 828. How could he not be worried? Chu Feng stared at him, feeling that he was a fraud. I'm telling you, you have to think clearly about some things. You really can't say it now. Do you understand? Chu Feng warned him. Boundless deity, when I roamed the world's #1 forbidden land, you weren't even born yet. I've seen all kinds of women. I befriended the princess of an immortal dynasty and the daughter of a divine king. Not to mention this, the little Taoist was bragging, but he didn't dare say the word Yao Yao in the end. He was still afraid after being taught a lesson last time. Okay, I'll tell Sister Yao Yao about this in a while. Let's see how you explain it. The silver-haired Lolita said, giggling. Don't, Ani, dear Ani, don't harm me. The little Taoist's face turned green, and he finally lowered his stance. Whoosh! At the end of the world, a brightly colored light flew over. It was too fast, like a shocking rainbow traversing the wasteland. In the blink of an eye, it reached this area. Yao Yao had arrived with people from Mount Eternal, such as the old Grandmaster Wu Qifeng, Zhou Quan, the old Lama, and the great demons of Kunlun. She was the most lively. After being nourished by the yang energy of this world, she was much more spirited. Her figure was slender, graceful, and somewhat languid. She giggled and blinked her big, watery eyes. Oh my, this is Demon Chu, you resurrected? She was the first to shout, her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment. Brother, Zhou Quan and the others ran over to meet Chu Feng. They were very excited. Brother, it's good that you're alive. You're too bold. Don't recklessly charge into the reincarnation millstone next time. The group was incomparably passionate and enthusiastic. After meeting she and the others, Chu Feng looked up at Yao Yao. He hadn't seen her for a long time, and she had become more and more peerless. Apart from her stunning beauty, the confidence and elegance of being unrivaled among her peers in the universe had completely blossomed. Yao Yao had fought a lot in this world for more than a year, and every time, it was a battle above her level. At this moment, although she was slender and elegant like a fairy descending to the mortal world, she also had a kind of arrogant temperament. Her beautiful eyes slanted, and she was simply like a queen. Yao Yao, sis. Chu Feng greeted her. He wanted to call her Yao Yao, but he was afraid of getting beaten up. After thinking about it, he added the word sis. Is this still the outrageously thick-skinned, great demon Chu? Why are you so reserved? Lady, she giggled as she teased him. Sister Yao Yao is peerless in her generation. One look, and I can tell that she has the air of an empress. I can't help but become serious. If it were you, yeah, you'd be the same. Chu Feng walked over and made his move as fast as lightning. He rubbed her smooth and soft, beautiful hair that was formed from soul light. Loli Chu, you dare touch me? You're looking for death. Young lady, she immediately jumped up. Everyone in the back was speechless, especially Qin Luoyin and Ing Zhixian. The corners of their mouths twitched as they felt that Chu Feng was too miserable. He was being called Loli Chu in front of his son. The silver-haired Lolita in Xiao Xiao laughed happily and said, Wah, Sister Shi, your conclusion is too accurate. After returning to his youth, great demon Chu can really compare to me in terms of tenderness. The little Taoist's eyeballs turned. He could see that his father didn't dare to be impudent toward Yao Yao, but he wasn't afraid of anyone else. Miss Shi, your father said that he's always missed you and Princess Yao Yao, said the little Taoist. Chu Feng's nerves immediately tightened. This deceiving, unfilial son really couldn't stay idle. He was a bit regretful. He should have sealed him up first and made him shut up. Young lady, she shouted, Bah, little fellow, I think you're trying to trick your father. You really think I can't tell? How dare you call me Miss Shi? Waha, your little face is too chubby. Sister Yao Yao, pinch it and see. She pulled Yao Yao in, so the little Taoist didn't dare to dodge. He allowed young lady Shi to pinch his little face and then knead it into the shape of a pig's head. He was rather dissatisfied, but he could only endure it. The surrounding people wanted to laugh. They already realized that this little Taoist really didn't have a good idea and wanted to trick his father. But in front of Yao Yao's powerful aura, they actually didn't dare to say much. "How have you been this year?" Yao Yao looked at Chu Feng with a smile. She was very calm and composed, and she even had a kind of natural self-confidence. "I've been pretty good. I just miss you guys a bit," replied Chu Feng. The little Taoist's big eyes rolled around. He found it strange that his father, the great demon, was actually so dutiful and didn't dare to reveal his true form in front of Princess Yao Yao. He was more and more certain that only Yao Yao could subdue his father and ruthlessly knead him. He became excited at that moment. "Yes, little Taoist, what do you want to say?" Yao Yao cast a glance at him. "This." The little Taoist organized his words. Chu Feng didn't say a word. When he saw Yao Yao again, she even had child. How could he not behave himself? "True word technique," Yao Yao said softly. A beam of soul light flew out and landed on the little Taoist's body. Immediately, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly covered his mouth. His foundations in his previous life were astonishing, so he naturally knew many secret techniques. This true word technique was very rare and belonged to the category of rare divine techniques. But he also knew it and had studied it before. Once this kind of divine technique was mastered and used on an evolver's body, it would certainly make him spit out the truth and involuntarily reveal his secrets. After that, the little Taoist couldn't control his mouth anymore. He directly said what he wanted to say in his heart. "Auntie, ruthlessly knead my father. Press him to the ground and abuse him 1,000 times. F***CK. Chu Feng's expression wasn't good. As expected, this deceiving son of his didn't have any suspense. He had been holding back his evil plans all along and was really asking for a beating. "Deity, save me. This Annie is too powerful. She wants to dig out the deepest secrets in my heart. How can I say everything? Won't I be beaten to death by my father later? How can this do?" Suppress it with the speech suppression technique. The little Taoist wanted to activate a kind of divine technique, speech suppression, to resist and suppress the true word technique. Yao Yao's beautiful eyebrows jumped slightly. This brat was calling her Auntie again? Heavens! "Auntie, don't be angry. It hurts. Auntie is just a respectful title. Don't tell me you really have to call her like what my father taught you. You won't be angry, but I'm sure he's tricking me. I won't call her that even if you beat me to death. Oh my, I can't help it. There's a kind of demonic voice at the bottom of my heart that insists on making me shout like that. Dear mother, esteemed mother." At this moment, everyone was petrified and turned to look at Chu Feng. They really admired him from the bottom of their hearts. He dared to teach his son like this and take liberties with Yao Yao. Was he reckless? Chu Feng's face twitched. He felt that this deceiving son was shouting like this on purpose. At the crucial moment, Yao Yao realized something was wrong. She immediately took out a light screen and wrapped it around the little Taoist, isolating his voice from the outside world. At the same time, when Yao Yao looked at the little Taoist and Chu Feng again, her smile became more and more brilliant, but it made the little Taoist want to cry. At the side, Chu Feng's head was swelling. Once this damned true word technique came out, how miserable would he be? He looked at the little Taoist and discovered that ever since he had this son, he had always been unlucky. Could it be that he had really reincarnated to settle accounts? You guys chat. I'm going to patrol the mountains and see if there are any enemies nearby. Chu Feng ran away. He escaped without a trace in the first instance and abandoned his son without any spirit of loyalty. Wah, Demon King Chu Feng, you've got some guts. You actually dare to take liberties with Sister Yao Yao? Young lady, she shouted from behind, as if she wished for the whole world to be in chaos. Chu Feng's head was swelling. This girl was obviously fanning the flames and then adding oil to the fire. If he dared to stop, he would definitely be beaten to death. Father, don't run. You're the one who taught me all this. The little Taoist shouted from behind. Of course, he was blocked by the light screen, and only Yao Yao could hear him. With a whoosh, people saw Yao Yao soar into the sky with the little Taoist. She set out later, but arrived first. She stopped Chu Feng and directly snatched him away, bringing him to the depths of the hilly region. Ah, boundless deity! Ah, the little Taoist confessed. It's all because my father threatened me. I'll confess. In the depths of the hilly region, the little Taoist cried out in pain. He answered every question and pushed everything onto his father. But with the true word technique, he could occasionally lie, but if he did it for a long time, he would definitely be full of flaws and give himself away. In the end, he would incur an even more severe punishment. Immediately, ghosts wept and gods howled. I owe my boundless deity. Save me. That crippled old fox's divination was really accurate. As expected, I'll have a bloody calamity today. I didn't expect the prophecy would come from my esteemed mother. The little Taoist cried out miserably. Beside him, Chu Feng really wanted to say, accurate my asterisk asterisk. Why didn't he divine that he would also have a bloody calamity? If he had known earlier, he would have definitely slipped away in advance. Bang! Ah, I can't call you mother, and I can't call you esteemed mother either. You can't possibly want me to call you elder sister, right? The little Taoist wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chu Feng was also very miserable, but he forced himself to endure. At the same time, he said, Yao Yao, elder sister, I've obtained 6 kinds of God-level special techniques. In addition, there's also the little 6 rays of time technique. In any case, you've already sunk deep into it, so I'll teach them to you and let you perfect them. With your astonishing talent, who knows, you might be able to figure out the complete 6 paths of reincarnation technique and finally solve the difficult problem of your later years. At the same time, I definitely won't allow you to be entangled by this strange matter, no matter where you go. When the time comes, I'll protect you from the heavens and the earth and ensure your safety. The little Taoist really wanted to despise this father of his. He was too cowardly and actually compromised at the beginning. Not only did he use all kinds of divine techniques in exchange, he even made that kind of oath. After that, he saw that his father had been released. After that, the little Taoist became dizzy and started to scream miserably because Yao Yao had started to fix him up with all her attention. There was no one to help her share the damage. He immediately became anxious. If this went on, he would certainly be beaten until he couldn't take care of himself for a month. Elder sister, the little Taoist, is convinced too. Calling his mother didn't work, so he imitated his father and also went to call his elder sister. In the end, he was fixed up and screamed miserably. Princess, the little Taoist, also has divine techniques. I had the aptitude of a deity in my previous life, and I was the center of attention in the heavens and the earth. My collection is very impressive, so I'll pass on a divine technique to you. 2. I want the strongest. Yao Yao finally opened her mouth and was all smiles from beginning to end. The true word technique was effective, but involved the deepest secrets of the soul and would also encounter obstacles. At the same time, Yao Yao didn't really want to use it on him like that. They weren't enemies. As expected, the older the ginger, the worse it gets. The little Taoist cursed. His father was terrified at the first moment. It seemed he had made the right choice. He was beaten up for no reason, and in the end, he still had a hand over the divine technique. Not long after, the little Taoist came out full of resentment. His eyes were looking everywhere for his father. Ouyang Feng stepped forward and said earnestly, Nephew, it looks like you still don't understand your father well enough. He'll definitely fight to the end if he can beat him. If he can't, he'll definitely escape without a trace and take the blame for your father, right? Apart from my father, there's still a lame fox. Do you guys see him? Hurry up and look for him, said the little Taoist with a grimace. You finally understand. In the end, you put your father on the same level as the bad fox. It's not too late to understand. The big black yak laughed heartily. In the end, even Yao Yao was alarmed. She went to look for that petrified yellow fox, but in the end, she came up empty-handed. This shocked everyone. My 2 younger sisters, come over here. I have some gifts for you. Yao Yao was very gentle. When she faced Ying Jiaxian and Qin Luoyin, she had a smile on her face and talked harmoniously with them. After that, young lady, she also moved over. In the distance, when Chu Feng saw this, he decisively turned around and ran. It was definitely going to be chaotic when those people gathered together. He didn't think he could build a large harem at present. If he dared to join them, even a little foolishly, he would definitely be beaten to death. Woo! In the distance, a bugle horn was blown. It was earth-shattering. Troops from the Vicious Beast Plateau appeared and were charging toward a certain direction. It was precisely the Vermilion Bird's abyss. The little Taoist said, "This is strange." The lame fox said there'll definitely be a divine battle within 3 days. He guessed it right again. Uncles, we should make a move. Should we plunder the Vicious Beast Plateau's divine lair, or should we go to the Abyss Divine Beast lair to pluck divine medicine? Everyone decide. Chapter 829. Woo! A bugle horn shook the sky in the distance as a battle broke out. The people from the Vicious Beast Plateau had come to kill the creatures near the abyss. Chi! A four-colored radiance soared from the horizon and illuminated the sky. This made the expressions of Ingwudi, Qin Luoyin, and Ouyang Feng change slightly. What's wrong? The Black Yak asked, puzzled. These are people from our universe. Taoist Jin Lin, Winged Godhead, Shi Hong, and the others are asking for help. Ingwudi said, those people were also on this wasteland and weren't very far from this place. They had dealings with them on normal days and had once discussed that if one side was in trouble, the other side should actively provide assistance. Similar things had happened during this period and they had helped each other before. They're being attacked. After all, they're from the same world. We should go and help them, said Ingwudi. He came from the quasi-mortal race and was the successor of one of the top 10. Naturally, his relationship with this group of people could be considered all right, and he also needed to consolidate his relationship with them. The others hadn't said anything when the little Taoist was the first to respond to Ingwudi. With an impassioned look, he said, where the Tao is, I'll go forward even if there are millions of people. Saving people is a righteous cause. Chu Feng wanted to beat him up again after seeing how cocky he was. However, in the end, Chu Feng also nodded and said, we evolvers have to be moral and righteous. Let's go and save people. Everyone looked at the father and son duo and was somewhat speechless. They immediately understood what they were thinking. These two wanted to temporarily escape from this place because they felt uncomfortable here. The little Taoist had just been taught a lesson and was afraid of encountering bad luck again. As for Chu Feng, his heart was still in suspense. The few women gathered together made him feel uneasy. Charge! For our ideals, for our grand plans, for the sake of justice and friendship in the world, let's go and save people. Kill! The little Taoist stuck up his little butt and called out as he ran forward. However, what made him feel awkward was that he was the only one who ran out with his short legs. The others, including his father, didn't move. This was simply a one-man show. Everyone, please lend us a hand. Ingwudi cupped his fists and asked for help from those from Mount Eternal. In the end, everyone agreed. No matter what happened in the past, there was no harm in helping them since they had formed an offensive and defensive alliance. You guys go ahead. I think I saw the old fox you guys were talking about. I'll go and meet him first, said Yao Yao. With that, she disappeared with a whoosh, disappearing without a trace at the ends of the earth. That old fox was still nearby. Everyone trembled with fear, especially the little Taoist. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets because he was fearful of that lame fox. He said he would have a bloody calamity, but in the end, he really did have one. Everyone moved as fast as lightning, passing through a large wasteland. Along the way, they discovered several groups of people fighting each other, but they did not participate. In the end, they arrived at their destination, a short mountain region in the wasteland. There were large amounts of people fighting here. The Winged Godhead, Golden Heavenly Spider, Taoist Jin Lin, White Phoenix Race's young master, and the others were all there. They were in extremely sorry states. They had previously seized bodies and merged into this wasteland, but now their bodies were in tatters, and their flesh was pretty much destroyed. Turns out it's you all. In spirits, foreign ghosts, truly damnable. This one has been searching for you all for more than a year. Who would have thought that I would actually be able to see you all here, huh? what a great fortune." The one in the lead laughed loudly. He was Ling Weiho's fifth son and Pu Lin's older brother. In the past year, Ling Weiho had been badly battered. His youngest son, Pu Lin, had died, and his fourth son had also mysteriously died when he went to chase after those Yin spirits. This made him fly into a violent rage. He wished he could bathe all the Yin spirits outside Vicious Beast Plateau with blood, but those people had all disappeared and not a single one could be found. In particular, his Ling Weiho manor had actually been ransacked and his treasury had been emptied. This made him view it as an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Even now, he still didn't know who did it. If he knew that this was also done by the Yin spirits in his eyes, Yao Yao, he reckoned his lungs would explode from anger. "Little noble Master Pu Tian, are these the Yin spirits that killed your brothers? They don't look like much. Leave them to us to shoot them," said a divine archer with a smile. This time, the gods on Vicious Beast Plateau wanted to launch an attack on the Vermilion Bird Abyss. They mobilized a great army, and a portion of the feudal vassals advanced first to be in charge of clearing the obstacles on the road. Ling Weiho was in the expedition team, and his few sons were also mobilized. Among them, his fifth son, Pu Qian, encountered Taoist Jin Lin and the others along the way. "Yes, don't let a single one go. It's best if you can capture them alive and offer them to my father. Only then will he be satisfied," said Pu Tian. The battle was getting more and more intense. Taoist Jin Lin, Shi Hong, the golden heavenly spider, and the others had made friends with many different species in the wastelands near the abyss over the past year. Therefore, they weren't fighting alone. There were more than 500 of their troops in this area. However, it was simply not enough in the face of the 3,000 cavalrymen under Pu Tian's command. These 3,000 troops were all elites selected from the 30,000 Great Army. Chi chi chi. Arrow feathers streaked across the sky and light beams interweaved. A single volley from the divine archers would make those powerful evolvers scream miserably as they collapsed en masse. Even though Chu Feng and the others came in time and practically killed their way over at the first possible moment, they were shocked to witness too many people dying. The ground was covered in blood. Taoist Jinlin's side had more than 500 people, but they were reduced to less than 100 people in the shortest time possible. More than 400 people had been shot and exploded. All in all, these rogue cultivators weren't enough in the face of an organized army of divine archers. Were it not for Jin Lin, Shi Hong, and the winged godhead being strong enough, they would have been shot and exploded as well. Besides, the reason they were able to hold on was related to Pu Tian's order to capture them alive. "Put down your weapons, kneel on the ground, and surrender. We'll spare your lives," shouted Pu Tian. "The so-called divine beasts of the abyss are nothing at all. In the face of the gods of the Vicious Beast Plateau, they have lost more than they won in the past. You guys better be a little smarter," someone berated from the army's side. "We're in big trouble." The big black yak felt his scalp go numb. This kind of organized divine archers were the hardest to deal with. There was simply no solution for rogue cultivators. Unless their strength far surpassed theirs, they could directly sweep through them. Otherwise, how could the other cultivators withstand a volley of divine archers unless a quasi-saint came? This place isn't bad. It has a natural magnetic field and a large number of magnetic stones. I'll go and set it up. After that, I'll join hands with Zhuxian to kill them," said Chu Feng. After that, his soul light disappeared from this place and entered the ground to set up a domain. When Chu Feng appeared again, he called out to Ing Zhixian. The two of them joined hands and quietly sneaked into the army. They suddenly displayed the wonderful 7 treasures technique. Bang! Gorgeous multicolored light erupted and killed more than 80 cavalrymen in an instant. Because they were standing too close to each other and were drawing their bows, they simply didn't guard against someone directly appearing in their ranks with the help of a domain. Where did these thieves come from? Shoot them to death. Pu Tian was furious. 2 people actually broke into his cavalry troops and flew together. They were seriously too arrogant. They dared to forcefully break into an organized archery squad. Kill them immediately. Not good. Fog has arisen. They've disappeared, and spiritual power can't actually lock onto them," cried a divine archer. The two people had already disappeared without a trace. "It's a domain. Let's retreat and leave this place quickly," shouted another person. Pu Tian's expression was unsettled when he heard that. He said, "Leave this place and use the domain breaking flag to break open this so-called domain." What was the army most afraid of? Of course, it was domains. Even an army of 100,000 would be completely annihilated in a short period of time if they mistakenly entered a terrifying domain. However, the army also had relevant countermeasures, such as the domain-breaking flag. Chi chi chi. Bang! It was at this moment that Chu Feng and Ying Zhaxian joined hands to attack again and suddenly appeared in front of Pu Tian. "You guys, remember, the people who killed your sixth brother, Pu Lin, and your fourth brother are us. Now, we'll also send you on your way." At the same time, a multicolored light sprinkled down. "Ah!" Pu Tian cried out as he was blasted head-on and exploded on the spot. However, he had the death substitution talisman in his body and a wisp of his father's quasi-sage level soul light that erupted in an instant. However, this wasn't the first time Chu Feng and Ying Zhaxian had dealt with it. They were rich in experience and completely eliminated Pu Tian in just a moment. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, the two of them joined hands and directly killed hundreds of people. The army was in complete chaos. When they rushed out of the domain's range, they discovered that the backbone had been killed. Although there were still over 2,000 people left, they were all routed. In reality, as long as this group of people reorganized and really dealt with Chu Feng's group, they would definitely have the absolute advantage. Unfortunately, they were caught unprepared. The leaders and some higher-ups died in the domain and immediately collapsed. In the distance, Ying Wudi, Qin Luoyin, the Black Yak, and a Manchurian tiger had long since rescued Taoist Jin Lin, Buddhist Shi Hong, and the others. These people were all seriously injured and weren't in good condition. "Let's leave this place first. If that army reorganizes and attacks again, our situation will still be very bad," said Chu Feng. These people were clearly stunned when they saw Chu Feng again. Hadn't he disappeared for over a year? They didn't expect to see him again today. At the same time, they also saw the people from Mount Eternal. Whether it was Taoist Jin Lin, Buddhist Shi Hong, or the Winged Godhead, they were all dumbfounded. "How did you guys get here?" The golden heavenly spider stuttered. "They came from Damung Pure Land, but these people weren't there." Hee-haw, hee-haw, this is Mount Eternal's back garden. "How do you think we got here?" The old donkey was immensely proud of himself. "Who else?" asked Taoist Jin Lin. "All of them are here," replied Chu Feng. "Thank you, Brother Chu, for disregarding our former enmity and coming to our aid." "Thank you." Jin Lin and Shi Hong saluted seriously to express their gratitude. "Let's go to our other base camp. There are some troops from the Abyss there, so it should be safe," said the White Phoenix clan's young mistress. They were on good terms with the people from the Abyss. They had used their breathing techniques and wonderful techniques to exchange for divine blood with the Abyss disciples. This wasn't a secret, and Ying Wudi and the others had long since known about it. In the end, Chu Feng, Ying Wudi, the Black Yak, and the others escorted them on their way. These people were all seriously injured, and if they didn't send them on their way, accidents might happen. This was a mountainous area, a rare mountain area in the wasteland. It was a stronghold on the outskirts of the Nightmare Snake Abyss, and there were some evolvers with extraordinary strength overseeing it. It wasn't the first time Jin Lin, the Winged Godhead, and Shi Hong had come here, so they were very familiar with this place. The people stationed here also recognized them, so they let them in after a brief report. There were a few crude stone halls in the mountains. Normally, these were the places where the experts in charge of overseeing this place resided. "Who's overseeing this place recently?" inquired Taoist Jin Lin. "Master Yin Huang is overseeing this place," someone informed. A divine glow appeared in Jin Lin's eyes. Yin Huang was the fifth-generation descendant of the current divine beast, the Nightmare Snake. He had already entered the quasi-saint realm, and his strength was unfathomable. "All of you come in." Tell me what kind of trouble you've encountered." A gentle middle-aged man's voice came from the crude stone hall. It was Yin Huang, who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. When they entered the hall, Chu Feng and the others looked up and saw a fair-skinned man sitting on the throne in the hall. He was looking at them amiably. Suddenly, Jin Lin attacked and cutting Wudi in half. At the same time, Shi Hong formed a large golden palm and slammed it toward the black yak beside him. Caught off guard, the black yak was shattered into pieces. Puffed. The winged godhead, the golden heavenly spider, the White Phoenix clan's young master, and the others also launched sneak attacks one after another. "How dare you? You bunch of poisonous snakes. You're biting the hand that feeds you." Even a yellow cattle, who had the best temper, was furious at this moment. Even his eyes were red. The other party actually dared to do this. Jin Lin, Ingwudi simply couldn't believe his eyes. Jin Lin, who had formed an offensive and defensive alliance, would attack him. Moreover, their daily friendship was passable, yet Jin Lin had actually cut him in half. Chapter 830. At this moment, Chu Feng and Ing Zhixian were separated by a certain distance, so they couldn't use the wonderful Seven Treasures technique right away. As a result, they each used their own divine techniques to protect the injured. Jin Lin, Ingwudi shouted angrily. Right now, he was the one who was suffering the most. One might know a person's face, but not his heart. His relationship with Jin Lin wasn't bad. They had known each other for many years and could be considered good friends. Normally, Taoist Jin Lin didn't fight and didn't do anything. He had the strength of character and temperament, and was absolutely excellent. In the end, such a modest gentleman was actually so shameless and feminine, and suddenly tried to kill him. Furthermore, they had gone through trials and tribulations together in the past. When one party was in trouble, the other would come to their aid. They cooperated well and trusted each other very much. "Baldy, Umaba Buddha, damn you!" The black yak was also indignant. He roared as a shattered soul light reformed and was protected by yellow cattle. He was infuriated and depressed. He came here with good intentions to save someone, but in the end, he was repaid with enmity and was ambushed. If he had a physical body, it would definitely have been destroyed. Even if he was in the soul light state, he was still severely injured right now. Shi Hong's golden magic imprint was extremely terrifying. If it was an ordinary person in his place, they might have been blown up. Currently, the black yak possessed the innocuous ox demonic divine body, which could reduce injuries and was known as innocuous. Within the hall, the group of people from Mount Eternal were in an uproar. Some of them had been ambushed and were seriously injured. Their souls almost returned to their bodies. "Ungrateful farmer and snake, we saved you out of kindness, but in the end, you're biting back at us." Ingwudi's face was ashen. He was vomiting soul blood. This time, he was the one who suggested to save them. But in the end, everyone was trapped in a dangerous situation. Jin Lin sighed and said, "Brother Ing, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. I want to send you back to Damung Pure Land directly. Otherwise, I'm afraid that something might happen to you." The little Taoist was the first to jump up when he heard this and said, "Jin Lin, you thief, you're a creature in a pond. I'm telling you to expel you from the Tao clan. Find a pond and stay there by yourself." Not only him, but the others also felt that Taoist Jin Lin was too hypocritical. After cutting someone in half at the waist, he still had this attitude. It was infuriating and hateful. "Brother Ing, we were also forced to do this." Shi Hong also spoke up. "What reason?" Ingwudi's soul light flickered and throbbed violently. He felt like he was about to explode from anger. Back then, when we sought refuge with the second sage of Ash Wasteland, we mentioned that fellow Taoist Chu Feng has a soul bell that can resist the vortex that connects to our world and restrains soul light particles. Shi Hong spoke calmly. A year ago, they had already sold out Chu Feng and submitted to the quasi-sage Feng Huang. Otherwise, as the fifth-generation descendants of a divine beast, why would he bestow them with the divine beast's blood? It wasn't enough to just offer breathing techniques and special techniques. In this world, special techniques were where the hope of rapidly rising to power lay. Yin Huang's expression looked calm, but he was full of ambition, his aspirations great. He always wanted to slaughter his way out of this world, enter this so-called foreign realm. From his point of view, that soul bell could possibly be where his hope lay. It could bring his soul light to traverse the boundary of the cosmos and enter the large world where Jin Lin, Shi Hong, and the others came from. As a result, he made Jin Lin, Shi Hong, Winged Godhead, and the others pay attention. Once they discovered Chu Feng, they were to kill him without mercy and seize the soul bell. If they couldn't deal with him, they were to immediately inform him. Jin Lin, Shi Hong, even though you guys explained it like this, in my opinion, you guys are still shameless enough. You sold out Chu Feng on the first day, and you still have a nerve to ask for help today. If it wasn't for us not long ago, you guys would have been annihilated. Ing Wudi was burning with rage. Taoist Jin Lin nodded and said, perhaps he felt that everything here was going to be forgotten in the end, and that we would never remember it again in the end. As a result, he opened the cage that imprisoned the devil in his heart, and no longer restrained himself. According to his explanation, it was best to send Ing Wudi and the others away like this. Otherwise, they might not be able to leave after the quasi-sage Feng Huang grasped the soul bell. After all, this soul bell could forcefully make everyone stay. Brother Ing, I advise you to end your own life and return as a rain of souls, Taoist Jin Lin advised. At this moment, the quasi-sage Feng Huang finally opened his mouth and said, you guys worry too much. If you guys cooperate with me, why would I harm you guys? You guys will stay by my side like Jin Lin, Winged Godhead, and the others and work for the soaring serpent abyss. Perhaps my soaring serpent race will enter your cosmos with you guys in the future. Is the soaring serpent considered a divine beast? The old donkey asked the Manchurian tiger in a low voice. It was rare for him to have a backbone for once and wasn't afraid. The little Taoist said, it should be. I've eaten it back then, and the taste is really good. It's even more delicious than black dog meat after being stewed. In reality, the two of them mainly felt that Yao Yao would follow them. Wouldn't it be easy to kill the quasi-sage? That was why they dared to be so bold. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would definitely be the most afraid of death. It was even possible that they would pretend to rebel at the last minute. Clearly, they were thinking too much. Yao Yao went to chase after the lame fox and didn't follow them at the first instance. He, on the throne in the hall piled up with rough stones. Feng Huang's eyes shot out cold lightning in all directions as he opened and closed them. He had a faint sneer on his face as he said, you dare to blaspheme a saint. You're courting death. Clang. At this moment, Chu Feng took out a black soul bell and immediately grabbed it in his hand. You want this? Hand it over, Feng Huang said coldly. His tone was firm and tyrannical, and it brooked no doubt as he looked down at Chu Feng from above. Chu Feng said, I've refined this soul bell before. It's very special and is a supreme treasure, but it's also very weak. There's a self-destruction law inside, and I can activate this law with a single thought. You ant-like thing, you dare to threaten me? Feng Huang said coldly. The temperature of the entire hall plummeted, and the holy might that was emitted made many people tremble with fear. They shivered and couldn't bear it at all. Even if their willpower was very strong, their soul lights were still trembling instinctively. With the word saint on them, even if they were quasi-saints, their strength would undergo a complete transformation. They were much higher than golden arhats and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Thump! The soul bell let out a muffled sound. Ripples in yang qi spread at the same time, protecting Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, in our universe, everyone who spoke to me like this died, and they all died very miserably. It's a joke to say that people are ants, and they're smacked to death like ants. Feng Huang laughed coldly, and the meaning of mockery was obvious. Even if a true quasi-saint came, they wouldn't be enough in front of me who possesses divine blood, let alone a little trash like you who could be casually slapped to death. Cut the crap. If you let my people leave, I'll fulfill your wish and give you the soul bell. I won't activate its destruction law. Who do you think you are to dare threaten me? Feng Huang looked down at Chu Feng with incomparable coldness in his eyes, which were like blade light. Buzz! In a split second, the black soul bell trembled. Energy boiled as if it was going to explode at any time. Naturally, there was no so-called destruction law. It was just Chu Feng's posturing. He believed that since the other party cared so much about the soul bell, he would definitely rather believe it existed than take a risk. Scum, get out! Feng Huang berated as he stared at Ingwudi, the big black yak, Ouyang Feng, Qin Luoyin, and young lady Shi. Young lady Shi's little face was taut, and she was furious to the extreme. Who dared to humiliate her like this in the Yang realm? Of course, she admitted that she wasn't weak, but she could find her grandfather. So what if it was a quasi-saint divine beast? He could just stab it to death with a finger. At the same time, she was also very resentful. Why couldn't she bring the heavenly law umbrella in? Ugh. Ing Xiao also had a sobbing tone. She had never been so wronged in her entire life. Ing Wudi's expression was extremely unsightly. If he hadn't been too righteous today and insisted on saving people, these things wouldn't have happened at all. He blamed himself. Be obedient. All of you can leave. Chu Feng stroked Ing Xiao's snow-white hair and let everyone leave. As expected of my father, this little Taoist will avenge my father 20 years later. The little Taoist disappeared from this place with a whoosh. He was rather decisive. After that, he shouted again and said, "Don't be wishy-washy. Don't let down my father's painstaking efforts." Ouyang Feng puffed up his cheeks and really wanted to spit saliva at the figure on the throne, but he held back in the end. These people came over one by one and hugged Chu Feng before all of them left. Jin Lin opened his mouth and said, "Senior Feng Huang, this isn't safe. According to our understanding, this Chu Feng is known as a demon. He's vicious and merciless. After letting those people go, he might have other methods now that he's no longer restrained." Chu Feng looked at him and said, "Jin Lin, you said that you opened the cage in your heart because you were momentarily at a loss after coming to this world and released the demon. But from what I see, you're not a good person at all." Chu Feng stared at him coldly. Even at this juncture, Jin Lin was still reminding the other party that he wasn't a good person. "Since we're standing on the opposing side now, everything I've done is normal," replied Jin Lin. He was tall and thin. He looked indifferent and aloof from worldly affairs. But now he made people furious and wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. Princess Yao Yao, elder sister. After the big black yak, young lady Shi, and the others escaped, they ran along the path they came from. Moreover, they let out spiritual roars toward a specific direction to summon Yao Yao. They hoped that she could kill her way over immediately and save Chu Feng. "Auntie, where are you? Why aren't you coming out yet? Mother, hurry up and come out. Quickly manifest yourself and come to the rescue. Otherwise, my father will be killed by someone else." At this moment, the little Taoist shouted. His voice was really like a lion's roar. His voice was grand and traveled especially far. While everyone was nervous, they also revealed strange expressions. They secretly guessed that this little Taoist buttocks would most likely be beaten into 18 pieces in a while. In the stone palace, the divine beast Ing Huang looked at Chu Feng coldly and emotionlessly. It was like a giant dragon overlooking an insect. The kind of gaze was too unfriendly and completely contemptuous. "Give it to me." He extended his hand. "Sure, I'll give it to you." As Chu Feng said this, he grabbed the black soul bell and suddenly shook it at the same time as he handed it over. Puffed. A greenskin calabash was enveloped by the soul bell earlier. Now, it manifested and violently sprayed out a terrifying gray substance. "Idiot, even if you have a divine weapon in your hand, you can't kill me even if I sit here motionlessly." However, just as he said this, Ing Huang suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. He was incomparably horrified and crashed into the stone palace with a bang. He was as anxious as a stray dog. His face was deathly pale, and he was almost scared to death. Strange god-level substance, damn it. He wanted to escape. but it was already too late. He had already been corroded by the gray substance and was entangled. The most terrifying thing was that when this gray substance appeared, it was even more terrifying than what Chu Feng imagined. It seemed to be especially sensitive and greedy towards gods and divine beasts. It locked onto these living beings and suddenly took the initiative to pounce on them. Its speed was too fast. Even if Ing Huang had been vigilant earlier and fled at the first possible moment, he might not have been able to avoid it. Ah! Ing Huang let out a mournful and long howl as he charged high into the sky, but he immediately fell back down and smashed into the mountainous region. He transformed into his enormous soaring serpent body. It was thick and frightening as it smashed many mountain peaks into pieces. Chu Feng saw that the gray substance actually transformed into a figure that lay on the soaring serpent's body and gnawed on it. Moreover, it was at this time that the figure suddenly turned around and actually grinned when it saw Chu Feng. It was incomparably mournful and malevolent, and it was even more terrifying than a malicious spirit. At this moment, Chu Feng shivered. He was horrified because he really didn't know whether it was right or wrong to use the green skin calabash to collect so many strange gray substances. But now, he felt that it was very useful. Chapter 831. Strange divine level substance? How is this possible? How can a small ghost like you come into contact with such a thing? Ah, no, I don't want to die. Desolate, Yin wailed. It was hard to imagine that a quasi-saint would actually be so terrified. He cried out miserably with a pained expression. His face was filled with terror and astonishment. The gray fog on his body took the form of a human. It lay on his body and tore and gnawed at him fiercely like a ferocious beast pouncing on a herbivore. It was extremely ferocious, naturally suppressing, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty. Desolate, Yan's body immediately shrank by his size. It was as if a large amount of blood essence and soul light had been absorbed. His entire person became dispirited. Boom! He waved his enormous body, and the flying serpent's body lashed out at the mountainous region. The serpent's body was like a steel whip, yet also like a sharp sword. It directly eliminated a mountaintop and sent it flying high into the sky. I've said before, even someone as ostentatious and tyrannical as me has died. You're not much either. It seems like you'll die even faster. Chu Feng stood on the ruins of a dilapidated stone palace and looked at desolate Yin in the distant mountainous region. His tone was cold. You want me to die? How is that possible? I want to live. Desolate Yin bellowed and swiftly transformed into a human again. His body shrank and was covered in all kinds of runes. He was using the flying serpent race's secret technique to extend his life. However, he let out a miserable cry right after. The humanoid figure formed by the gray fog also shrank and became even more condensed. It entangled him and demanded his life. This is even more terrifying than ordinary divine level substances. Heavens, no god can live long after coming into contact with it. Desolate, Yin cried out in terror. As a quasi-saint, he was usually calm and composed. How could he lose his composure like this? All of this was because this gray substance was too lethal. It far exceeded his expectations and shocked him. With a swoosh, a large portion of his blood and qi dried up and was devoured by that gray substance. His entire person rapidly weakened. Chu Feng naturally knew what was going on. This gray substance was extracted from the strongest group of old gods. The most important thing was that it was thick and there was a large amount of it. How terrifying would it be when the strange substances from several hundred gods were mixed together? Even a god had been tormented by this gray substance to the point of incomparable misery. In his later years, he had died in terror, let alone the ash desolate. It didn't take long for him to lose half of his life. Yin Huang discovered that it was most likely impossible for him to survive. He roared, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." He struggled with all his might and suddenly sat up, wanting to rush towards Chu Feng. However, the gray mist tangled about him again, turning into a human form, a vicious beast, and then a malicious spirit. It continuously changed, wishing to merge into his body. You, fourth brother, how did you come back to life? Are you hallucinating? Scram! I killed you 20 years ago. Yong Huang roared, his eyes bloodshot. He pounced on Chu Feng again, intending to kill him. Chu Feng wasn't afraid. He pulled out the gourd and suddenly slapped the bottom of the green gourd. With a bang, the mouth of the gourd spewed out even more dense gray matter. In the blink of an eye, the gray matter turned into headless ghosts, red-haired old corpse apes, sinister devils, and miserable beasts. All of them pounced on desolate abyss. Although he was a quasi-saint, he fell straight down and was drowned by the gray matter. Damn it, this is a mutated gray matter. Even gods will fall here. It's the most powerful and bizarre matter. Heavens, could it be that I, Yong Huang, am really going to die here and be killed by an ant? Yong Huang howled. He was too unwilling to accept this. He was a quasi-saint, and moreover, he was a creature that had reached this step in a short period of time. He was proud and arrogant, but the result was so tragic. In his opinion, the so-called miserable old age should only arrive after he was at least 600 or 700 years old. Chu Feng stood in the distance and revealed a cold smile. You look down on me with such a lofty attitude, but in the end, you were trampled to death by an ant in your eyes. How laughable. Go to the Yang realm. Only there's a path of survival there. I want to live. Yong Huang's voice was very weak, but he struggled and wanted to escape. Chu Feng's heart stirred when he heard this. There was a path of survival in the Yang realm. At the thought of this, he controlled the green gourd and withdrew some of the gray matter to lessen Yong Huang's injuries. At this moment, Yong Huang was shocked. He stared at the green gourd and said with a trembling voice, "An innate divine object born from the primal chaos?" At the same time, he was extremely angry and unwilling. The ant in his eyes actually possessed such a supreme treasure. Ordinary containers could only store the gray matter for a short period of time. Not long after, they would be corroded and even directly destroyed. Only this kind of innate divine object born from the primal chaos could store and release the gray matter freely. Can you survive if you go to the Yang realm? Chu Feng asked him. Let me go. Yong Huang spoke. Although he was still lying on the ground, his eyes were full of desire. He felt that since Chu Feng could use the green gourd to take away 90% of the gray matter in his body, there was definitely a portion that couldn't be removed and had long since fused into his flesh and soul. However, as long as he could take away 90%, he would have a chance to live for a period of time and think of a way. Even if he followed the path sealed by his ancestors to the Yang realm, it was still better than sitting here and waiting for death. Forget it if you don't want to say. Chu Feng sneered. With a bang, he patted the bottom of the green gourd again, and a stretch of gray matter immediately sprayed out. This gray matter was especially sensitive to divine-level life forms and the bloodline of divine beasts. It immediately pounced over and charged forward. Yong Huang screamed miserably. In an instant, his entire body spasmed and emitted a fishy smell. That was because he was rotting, and even his blood was filled with the smell of decay. The strangeness of a god's later years and all kinds of terrifying things were reflected on Yong Huang. He was just a quasi-saint, so how could he endure it? Spare me. There's no enmity between us. Take away this gray fog. Yong Huang spoke again. He had completely submitted and lowered his stance. At the same time, he also told Chu Feng that there were ancient and terrifying supreme existences in the Yang realm who were sleeping in a few special mountain terrains. They might have the ability to help people dissolve this kind of strange matter. What? They're that powerful? Chu Feng was moved. Yes, some of them dared to hunt down the ancestor of our world who had truly cultivated the 6 rays of time technique. How could they not be powerful? I'm guessing they most likely have supreme methods that might be able to purify some of the gray matter. In reality, Yong Huang was only guessing and couldn't be sure. Chu Feng was silent. He knew how powerful the powerhouses of the Yang realm were, but he still didn't have a clear understanding of how powerful they were. He couldn't estimate their depths because he would always be attacked by the other legends of those characters. They were boundlessly powerful. After that, Chu Feng didn't pay attention to Yong Huang anymore. He let the gray matter drown him and turn him into malicious spirits. In the end, all of them tunneled into Yong Huang's body. The stench assailed his nostrils, and the gray fog drifted about. Everything was a mess, and Yong Huang was surrounded by tainted blood. He couldn't even let out a scream, and could only crawl there, unable to move. He would only occasionally stretch out a hand and grab in Chu Feng's direction. His eyes were filled with resentment, fear, and pleading for mercy. He wanted Chu Feng to let him go. Chu Feng ignored him and watched as he slowly rotted away. After that, he turned around to look at Jin Lin, Shi Hong, Winged Godhead, and the others. None of them dared to escape. They were truly terrified by the gray matter. They had come to this world for over a year and knew what it was since a long time ago. Once they were tainted, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they committed suicide and fled back to their original universe. In reality, Chu Feng really wanted to use the azure calabash to blast them and release the gray matter. However, he was worried that these people's souls would return to their original universe with a large amount of gray matter. It would cause a disaster and implicate others. Therefore, he endured it in the end. Yes, I understand. You're afraid that the gray matter will contaminate our universe, so you don't dare to attack us rashly, right? Daoist Jin Lin was the first to come to a realization. Winged Godhead nodded and said, "That's right. Even though you have the Black Soul Bell and can forcefully keep our souls here, the gray matter can also contaminate your soul bell. Brother Chu, how about this? You go your own way, and we'll go our own way. We'll mind our own business. How about it?" Shi Hong said. "Dao friend, farewell." Daoist Jin Lin cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Farewell, Brother Chu." The golden heavenly spider, the white phoenix clan's young master, and the others also revealed a smile. They turned around and wanted to leave. "Do you guys think that I can't do anything to you without using the gray matter? Well, I just came to this world. I fought against a group of you alone. What more now?" Chu Feng was rather calm. Then, he raised a large hand and grabbed forward. He was going to fight all of them alone. With a swoosh, yin and yang qi circulated and transformed into yin and yang light. This was a wonderful technique that was on par with the five-color divine light. It swept forward with vast power. Bang! The White Phoenix clan's young master roared. His soul light shook violently as he transformed into a white phoenix and attacked the yin and yang light that was charging over. In the end, he let out a blood-curdling scream as his feathers fluttered in the air. He coughed out a large mouthful of soul blood and was sent flying. Daoist Jin Lin's eyes flickered as he muttered, "Yin and yang, two kinds of rare materials, are on him." How could he not be shocked? How deep was the Dao race's foundation? But they only prepared one kind of rare material for him because it was too rare. As a result, he walked the path of breaking all techniques with one technique. According to what he knew, no one else had a rare material of this level on them. Even the material that Ing Jiaxian used to cultivate the five-color divine light could only be considered a quasi-rare material. It couldn't be said to be the rarest thing in the world. Jin Lin previously chose to make a move on Chu Feng and the others because he had heard that Chu Feng had cultivated the yin and yang light. He believed that he had a rare material on him and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to intercept it. Now he saw it with his own eyes. In reality, Chu Feng had long set his eyes on Jin Lin. He had long heard Ing Jiaxian mention that in their generation, only Daoist Jin Lin could be sure to have a rare material on him. It was one of the materials to cultivate the wonderful seven treasures technique. Chu Feng had already collected two of them. He naturally wouldn't let go of the one on Jin Lin's body today. Jin Lin, thank you," Chu Feng said with a smile. In a split second, Jin Lin shivered. At the end of the earth, the little Taoist and the others found Yao Yao. Now, they were rushing toward the scene of the accident at top speed. "Brother, you must persevere. You must live." Many people were praying, "Father, Father." The little Taoist was howling dryly. He was very sad. In the end, he even shouted loudly, "Father, I forgot again. I didn't ask you to make a will. Nephew, stop howling. If your father comes out alive and kicking in a while, I guarantee that he'll beat you up." The big black yak reminded him from the side. "How is that possible? It's already been so long. He definitely can't persevere." Following that, the little Taoist howled dryly again and said, "Father, you're so miserable. Even if your innate talents are matchless, you can only die if you go up against a quasi-saint before you've matured. I'm so sad. I forgot to ask you to make a will again. Boo-hoo. What exactly is our family's most precious heirloom? Where is it? Father, please manifest your spirit in heaven. Quickly come out and tell me." Smack, smack. Ouch. Mother, don't hit me. Chapter 832. In a mountainous region, Chu Feng made a decisive move and attacked these people. He single-handedly obstructed many universal geniuses. "Brother Chu, you're forcing us. If you don't give us a way out, you won't feel good yourself either." Taoist Jean Lin said, "Crawl over here and accept your death." Chu Feng berated. Yin and Yang light shot out extremely incisive. It was accompanied by soul light and Yang Qi as it blasted forward. Suppress. Taoist Jean Lin let out a light shout, and a silver rune flew out from between his lips. It then transformed into a huge mountain as it suppressed toward Chu Feng. At the same time, Shi Hongbao's expression was solemn as he put his palms together. His entire body blossomed with dazzling golden light as if a Buddha had awakened. He formed a seal with both hands and suddenly blasted out a terrifying seal. Taoist and young Buddha joined hands and used top-notch ultimate arts in a split second. They blasted out 2 beams of light that erupted like a mountain torrent. It was as if a starry sea had breached its dike and poured over in torrents. Rumbling sounds rang out as energy boiled. It was abnormally terrifying. Chu Feng let out a cold snort as the Yin and Yang light whirled and slashed, forcefully resisting the duo's secret arts. Boom! A huge rumbling sound rang out in this area as a soul light storm swept through. Spiritual energy surged, and it was intimidating. "Let's attack together and kill him," the White Phoenix clan's young master roared and called for the others to attack together. Chi, the golden heavenly spider, spat out a golden thread, which instantly interweaved into a net. It gushed out and enveloped Chu Feng. Meanwhile, the winged godhead's entire body shone as a feather-like light mist floated around him. After that, he suddenly rose from the ground as if he was ascending into the sky. He hung high in the sky and blasted out beams of light that resembled flying immortals towards Chu Feng. Clang! Chu Feng took out the soul bell, and the black bell enlarged. After that, it suspended above his head and let out a drawn-out bell chime, shaking out terrifying energy ripples. In a split second, many of the techniques that attacked him were blocked. Even the golden soul light spiderweb that landed on the body of the bell was burned into wisps of yellow smoke, with a sizzling sound as it ceased to exist. On the ground in the distance, Ning Huang looked at the black soul bell with shock and despair. It was because he heard that there was a problem with this bell that he had sunk into it. In the end, he was done for. In the end, Yin Huang died before everyone else. His entire body stank of blood, his entire body carrying a rotting smell. His neck was stiff and his head drooped down. He died here. He was a divine beast and was destined to live for more than a few hundred years, which was similar to the lifespan of the gods. However, in the end, he died young. In the distance, Shi Hong, Jean Lin, and the others felt a chill in their hearts. A secondary saint had died, just like that. They were increasingly fearful of Chu Feng. This person wasn't old, but ever since he came into being, he had been invincible. In the end, he could even kill a secondary saint. He was a little terrifying. "Come!" Chu Feng shouted. Now that Ning Huang was dead, he could completely relax and go all out. Otherwise, he would have been distracted all this time, keeping an eye on the Ash Desolate, fearing that the flying serpent would suddenly counterattack and deal him a vicious blow before it died. Now it seemed that he had overestimated the soaring serpent, or perhaps he had underestimated the strange gray substance. Everyone, there's nothing more to say. Either we kill him, or he kills us. Attack! Taoist Jean Lin shouted. Now they could only cut off their means of retreat and fight to the end. Otherwise, everyone would be in big trouble. They might be killed in body and soul. After all, the Black Soul Bell in Chu Feng's hands was a great killing weapon. Chi. At this moment, Taoist Jean Lin's body became glaring all of a sudden. A streak of slightly white metallic splendor emitted from his soul light, carrying with it a terrifying killing intent. This was a rare material the Tao race had prepared for him. Its attribute was metal. It had long since fused with his soul light and condensed into one, evolving a technique to break all techniques. At this moment, Jean Lin's soul light was incomparably terrifying. His entire person was like the edge of a sword, but also like a heavenly dagger axe that wanted to destroy everything. He possessed a powerful killing power of metal. Jean Lin was a person who pursued perfection. With the Tao race's powerful background, they could naturally find other substances for him. After fusing with him, he could cultivate other combat skills, and so on. However, he didn't walk that path. He only desired rare materials and wanted to cultivate the strongest techniques. Therefore, after he obtained a kind of rare material, he used it to endlessly devour other strange substances to nourish this rare material. Its killing power was terrifying. This was the first time Jean Lin had used it in front of so many people. Last time, he didn't even reveal it when everyone surrounded Chu Feng in front of the Bloody Mountain Peak. Buzz. Sure enough, after a streak of white metal killing energy appeared, the void rumbled. Jean Lin made his move. He condensed this splendor into a spear and pierced it at Chu Feng. At the same time, Chu Feng urged his own yin and yang qi. They also evolved into a mature killing technique and transformed into yin-yang scissors. They suspended in the air and immediately sheared at that spear. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. After a violent tremor, energy flared up. Taoist Jean Lin's expression was grave. This was a bad start. The other party's yin and yang qi were terrifying as expected. They were worthy of being two kinds of rare materials as they blocked his sure kill technique. It wasn't that he hadn't used his rare materials in the past. However, those who had seen it before had all died. One technique to break a myriad of techniques was truly as easy as breaking dry weeds. No one could block it as it swept past. Now, he was directly blocked by Chu Feng. Bang! Shi Hong roared like the furious roar of a Buddha. His entire body shone with boundless golden light, creating a terrifying energy attack that caused the surrounding mountain peaks to explode. One had to know that he was only in the soul light state now and didn't have a corporeal body. Yet he was so terrifying as he attacked Chu Feng forcefully. Clang! Chu Feng vibrated his soul bell. Immediately, black ripples spread and bell waves erupted. They collided with Shi Hong's golden energy waves and instantly crushed a mountain ridge, leaving this place in a mess. Even the golden heavenly spider, the White Phoenix clan's young master, and the others were affected. They staggered back and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Everyone attack. Don't hold back. Go all out, shouted Taoist Jean Lin. Chi. He urged his metal attribute rare materials once again. In reality, they had already condensed into one with his soul light to develop a wonderful technique. Normally, only rare and bizarre materials could be smelted together with soul light. Moreover, after reaching the quasi-saint level, they were completely inseparable. They existed with the existence of the soul light and were annihilated with the annihilation of the soul light. At the same time, this also signified that people who grasped rare materials would be even more powerful after reaching the quasi-saint level, because it was very difficult to destroy their soul light. And today, regardless of whether it was Chu Feng or Jean Lin, they both had the opportunity to obtain each other's rare materials. They hadn't reached the quasi-saint level yet, so the rare materials contained within their bodies could still be separated. This area was in chaos as an intense battle broke out. Taoist Jinlin, Buddhist Sun Shihong, the golden heavenly spider, and the others had a total of more than 10 people besieging Chu Feng together. The bell hovered above Chu Feng's head. He urged the yin and yang qi as he formed fist seals with both hands and attacked his opponent. Qi. This time, Taoist Jinlin's metal attribute rare materials resonated with his soul light and transformed into a divine sword as it hacked over. Rumble. Chu Feng's yin and yang qi evolved and transformed into a great furnace that burned the heavens. The furnace lid opened and swallowed that sword inside to carry out smelting. This was the yin-yang furnace. Including the yin-yang scissors from before, they were all considered mature killing techniques of the yin and yang qi. Back then, Ying Zhexian had explained it in detail to Chu Feng. Dong. Amidst intense vibrations, the yin-yang furnace wanted to refine that sword. In the end, the furnace lid suddenly opened and countless flames gushed out from within, burning toward the people in the surroundings. Kill. Chu Feng himself was also moving. He formed fist seals and executed the lightning fist. With a bang, he shattered one of them on the spot and exploded, turning him into a rain of soul light. Dong. At the same time, the soul bell shook and enveloped that rain of light, collecting it into the large bell. Everyone, did you see that? Those who fall into his hands won't have a good ending. Even soul light can't escape. At this moment, even Shihong was shouting loudly. Kill! More than 10 people attacked together. Chu Feng fought fiercely against them, and also used his full strength. With a boom, the soul bell flew out and suddenly smashed one of them into pieces. Boom! The radiance around Chu Feng's body flourished greatly. Yin and yang qi revolved around his body and protected him. The large bell hung above his head as he directly swooped over and fought in the crowd. He grabbed the White Phoenix clan's young master and tore him into two. The bell wave shook and turned him into a rain of light again. Boom! After that, Chu Feng was as fast as lightning and emitted explosive sounds. His fist seals were resplendent like two golden suns, exploding as he bombarded the golden heavenly spider unceasingly. In the end, those soul-light spiderwebs were completely destroyed. They were minced into pieces by Chu Feng's fists and soul light, and burned into nothingness. Chu Feng's fists smashed into the golden heavenly spider's body, causing his soul light to explode. He fought until his soul blood surged, and Chu Feng directly through the large bell above his head. With a boom, it smashed on his Shihong's body, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood and fly out horizontally. Meanwhile, Chu Feng himself pounced toward the Taoist Jinlin and fought fiercely with him. When Yao Yao brought everyone close as fast as lightning, this mountainous region had already quietened down. There were no more sounds of battle. Oh my God, I smell the smell of soul light shattering. My father died so miserably. The little Taoist was very far away and started howling even at the end of the horizon. Spirits of the heavens, spirits of the earth. Father's heroic spirit, quickly show yourself. Listen to the little Taoist heavenly venerable's command and quickly show yourself. The little Taoist began to summon souls. He had already started to perform the spell along the way. With a whoosh, Yao Yao's speed was extremely fast. She brought them and directly landed on this mountainous region. After that, they saw the situation on the battlefield. At first glance, it discovered Ba Huang. He couldn't be any more dead and was emitting a rotting smell. It was as though he had aged 10,000 years in an instant. This quasi-sage had died miserably. After that, they saw that there were too many soul-light fragments in the mountainous region. They couldn't fly away and were suppressed by a black soul bell. Soul blood splattered everywhere. There, Chu Feng stood alone. He didn't die, but there was soul blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone immediately relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief as they revealed smiles. I just knew that Brother Chu Feng would appear alive and well. As expected, he's safe and sound. The old donkey laughed heartily. He didn't dare to cry out carelessly. Father, you're still alive? The little Taoist also cried out. It was very obvious that he was panicking a little. Unfilial son, come over here. What were you doing just now? Shouted Chu Feng. Wasn't I worried about you? I was chanting a peace incantation for you, just now to wish you peace and safety. Chapter 833. No, Father, I'm really blessing you. I'm using the Tao race's auspicious 9 words incantation to pray for your soul to return. The little Taoist was stubborn and wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, his buttocks wouldn't have been broken into 18 pieces like the old donkey said. It was even possible for it to be broken into 36 pieces. Gee, at this moment, a glaring metallic radiance emerged from the space between Chu Feng's brows. Then, he was cut into 2 halves, and his entire body was separated. Ah, brother! Chu Feng! Brother-in-law! The group of people cried out in alarm. It was too sudden. In less than a breath's time, Chu Feng's soul light was cut into 2 pieces, and his entire body disintegrated. This shocked everyone present. A wisp of soul blood sprinkled down, and the 2 pieces of soul light on Chu Feng's body swayed. This was cut. Who was hurting him? Who was attacking? Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng, who had sharp divine senses, couldn't see clearly. Father, I've already said that your heroic soul died early and your bones were buried in a foreign land. You're a soul fragment that was forcefully detained by me using the soul beckoning incantation. It's a reappearance of a heroic spirit. The little Taoist howled and shook his head sadly. As expected, we're father and son in reality, but not by fate. He finally admitted that he was beckoning the soul just now and not some peace incantation. The black yak, the old donkey, Zhou Quan, and the others were horrified when they saw Chu Feng's soul light separate and dim before collapsing. They were shocked, and their blood ran cold. Had Chu Feng really died? The group of people rushed forward to help Chu Feng reconstruct his true soul. Don't move, the little Taoist shouted in an incomparably solemn manner. After that, he was very sad and said, I used the soul beckoning incantation to make the heroic spirit manifest. Once you guys touch him, my father will immediately explode into a rain of soul light and scatter between heaven and earth from then on. He'll never be able to gather again. The group of people's scalps went numb and their faces turned pale. Evening Woody's face wasn't dark anymore. He recovered his original pretty boy handsome appearance. Of course, he lacked a bit of color. Ying Zhixin turned around to look at Yao Yao. She wanted to ask her for help, but then she discovered that Yao Yao was rather calm. She was startled for a moment before she felt at ease. At this moment, Chu Feng was infuriated. This unfilial son was still showing off even at such a critical juncture. He actually had the face to use the spirit summoning technique on his own father. The reason why Chu Feng was in such a state was that he had suffered a backlash after killing Taoist Jin Lin and forcefully taking away his natural treasures. Everyone, don't move. All of you, get out of the way. Father, I'm going to summon your soul. Spirit of the heavens, spirit of the earth, spirit of the earth. The little Taoist started to chant scriptures again. He had a sorrowful expression on his face as he was summoning his father's soul. At this moment, Chu Feng suppressed the rare metal attribute substance of the world and forcefully gathered his soul light. He formed his true soul once again and completely emerged. Look, how is it? This little Taoist has cultivated my spirit summoning technique to the acme of perfection. I've forcefully condensed my father's heroic spirit again. The little Taoist puffed out his chest as he boasted. Chu Feng was furious. Mother Asterisk. He had expended a Herculean effort and forcefully condensed his soul light again with great difficulty. In the end, it was this little bastard's credit instead. What was he doing summoning his soul? Brother, are you all right? The soul has returned. The Manchurian tiger was very honest as he howled with his big mouth. Brother, hold on. Don't die. Don't disperse your soul light. There were also other great demons of Kunlun who shouted in a low and muffled voice, "Don't move. Don't touch my father. Be careful of his soul light exploding again. Don't go near him no matter what." The little Taoist emphasized with a solemn expression as he warned everyone not to reach out their hands to touch him. The Manchurian tiger and the Mastiff King were startled when they heard what was said. They didn't dare to go forward or touch him. "Unfilial son, are you trying to anger me to death?" Chu Feng was so angry that his soul light trembled. After that, he disappointingly split open again. The heaven and earth rare treasure in his body had a metal attribute. It was too sharp and could even cut open his soul light. It was indestructible. "Father, you have to hold on. Don't be angry. It's very hard for me to summon your soul," cried the little Taoist with a distressed expression. He didn't know if he was distressed for his father or for his own spirit summoning technique. "Sigh, it's broken again. I still have to summon the soul again," mumbled the little Taoist. "Stop chanting. If you continue chanting, your father will really be angered to death by you." Finally, Yao Yao opened her mouth. "What?" The Manchurian tiger glared. The other group of people were also speechless. In reality, after Chu Feng's second soul light reassembled, they realized something and guessed what the situation was. "Little Taoist, how much did you anger my brother-in-law?" His soul light even exploded. "You're really deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors," cried the silver-haired little Lolita. "Unfilial son, come over here." Finally, after Chu Feng reassembled his soul light once again, he stabilized it. He completely subdued the worldly rare substance and suppressed it within his body. Of course, he still needed to spend time to refine it. It was impossible to do it in one go if he wanted to truly fuse it with his own body. "Father, you have to thank me. I helped you summon your soul and let your soul light reassemble. Otherwise, you'd be in danger," cried the little Taoist. Of course, he was extremely guilty. Smack, smack. After that, a sharp and clear sound rang out in this place. The little Taoist was violently beaten until his buttocks bloomed. This isn't a small opportunity. Even Yao Yao said so. She felt that the metal attribute worldly rare substance Chu Feng had obtained was a rare treasure. Ying Zhexian understood. She had long guessed that the rare treasure collected by the Taoist race had changed owners and became Chu Feng's spoils of war. It was unknown how much time had passed before the little Taoist was freed. He pointed to the sky and swore with a sobbing tone, "In the heavens and on the earth, only I am supreme." After that, he circled around and took 7 steps in each direction before saying, "I swear that this was a technical error." The group of people rolled their eyes and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Chu Feng had a headache. The soul bell had suppressed a pile of soul fragments. How should he deal with them? Could it be that he would use the mutant technique to get rid of them? But the commotion would be too great. From then on, Damning Pure Land would probably be jointly attacked by all the major clans. If it was before, he would naturally be very happy to see that scene. But now, Qin Luoyin had his bloodline. If the Taoist race and Buddhist race joined hands to attack Damning Pure Land, Qin Luoyin and the little Taoist might not be able to escape. Chu Feng thought about it and sighed. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Besides, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. I rarely kill people. "Brother-in-law, don't you feel guilty?" asked the silver-haired little Lolita in a low voice. "I occasionally kill living beings. Under normal circumstances, like this time, I restrained myself and didn't want to kill them," said Chu Feng without a blush on his face. Everyone glanced at this mountainous region. Soul blood was everywhere. Those people's soul light had all turned into fragments, and they were immediately speechless. "Then, let them go," said Chu Feng. Qin Luoyin revealed a peculiar expression, and great waves surged in her heart. She knew that Chu Feng was considering things for her and Damning Pure Land. Boundless deity! The little Taoist secretly curled his lips. This father of his would never let go of an opportunity to show himself. Just now, his father was looking at his mother while talking. Chu Feng began to release the people. He let go of one of Taoist Jean Lin's legs and began to think of a way to use the mutant technique to strangle him. This won't do. How can I put one leg back? He'll become an idiot. His divine soul is too badly damaged. Qin Luoyin was anxious. She thought that Chu Feng was going to put his whole body back. The little Taoist was also speechless. He knew that his father wasn't a good person. Then put another leg back. Chu Feng reluctantly agreed. After that, everyone saw Jean Lin's pair of feet fly high into the sky and rush into the distance. He wanted to escape through that vortex and return to his original universe. It's still too little. The Tao race will fight to the death with our damning Pure Land. Qin Luoyin's beautiful face revealed an anxious expression. All right, now there's only a but left. Put it back. Chu Feng nodded. The soul light in the other parts had been disintegrated by his mutant technique and turned into divinity granules, but he didn't absorb them. That was because Chu Feng was truly frightened after seeing those gods in their later years. In addition, Yong Huang had just fallen in front of his eyes. He had seen with his own eyes how this divine beast had died. The uneasiness in Chu Feng's heart became even more intense. He felt that it didn't matter if he absorbed a little in the past. There shouldn't be any problems, but he had to control himself in the future. Brother, isn't this too wasteful? The Black Yak watched as Chu Feng allowed the divinity granules to drift away. He didn't fuse with them because he felt that it was a waste of resources. Chu Feng's heart trembled as he said, Old Black, you've also sunk deep into it. He looked at the group of great demons from Mount Kunlun, and then at Yao Yao, Yellow Cattle, and the others. He felt his hair stand on end as he felt an intense uneasiness. He was worried for them. In reality, the more one came into contact with a god, the more one could experience that kind of great terror. After Chu Feng released the feet and buttocks of the defeated, he took out the azure calabash and pulled out the stopper. Then, he collected the gray mist from Yong Huang's corpse in the distance. Suddenly, a lot of strange substances floated up and entered the azure calabash. Of course, he couldn't collect all of them. A considerable portion would forever remain in Yong Huang's rotting corpse. Did you see that? This was a quasi-saint, but he was easily entangled to death by the gray substance. Chu Feng explained the process in detail. People even saw that before the gray substance entered the green skin calabash, it even transformed into a human form and grinned at Chu Feng. It was malevolent and terrifying, causing everyone to tremble in fear and feeling their soul light tremble. Chu Feng hastily stuffed the bottle stopper tightly. Even Yao Yao revealed a grave expression and said, I've caught up to that lame fox. Tell me the location of a tomb in the Yang realm. After that lame fox escaped into the ground and disappeared. It was rather terrifying to be able to escape from Yao Yao's eyes. Yao Yao had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations last time and was now a saint-rank soul light. I'll advance and retreat with you guys. What gray substance? What strangeness? There's nothing to be afraid of, said Chu Feng. Yong Huang, where are you? At this moment, a grand voice came from the end of the earth. It was a flying serpent as thick as a mountain ridge. It was boundlessly terrifying as it swept up clouds and whizzed over. Saint Rank Flying Serpent. This was an elder of Yong Huang. Because Yong Huang's soul lamp had been extinguished, this person was shocked and immediately rushed over. Good timing. I just happen to need a lot of divine beast blood, said Yao Yao. With a swoosh, she went up to meet it. At this moment, everyone witnessed Yao Yao's terror. She was worthy of being the number one under the ancient starry skies. A pair of palms formed from soul light slapped out, and a wonderful technique shot out. In the blink of an eye, the saint-rank flying serpent's body was cut into 2. Roar. The flying serpent roared and fought Yao Yao to the death. It attacked crazily. One had to know that this was a divine beast. Its blood energy was like the sea, and its yang qi surged like the ocean. It had an innate advantage, but in the end, it screamed miserably. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the battle quickly ended. Yao Yao's pair of lustrous white fists smashed out fiercely like 2 snow-white suns exploding. She flew out and collided with the flying serpent's head. Puffed. In the end, the saint-rank flying serpent died tragically. Let's go. Yao Yao used her spatial bracelet to collect the flying serpent. Her entire body blossomed with light as she brought everyone away as fast as lightning. Princess Yao Yao, are we leaving this area of the abyss? Are we not going to wait here for the great battle in the Vermilion Bird's Abyss? Asked the black yak. We're not going to wait any longer. According to what that lame fox said, it's very dangerous to stay near the abyss. Let's avoid it. A day later, a divine battle broke out. An old vermilion bird at the peak of the divine realm soared into the sky and rushed out from the abyss. He blew up 2 deities from the vicious beast plateau and annihilated the flying serpent's abyss, shocking the world. In addition, all the evolvers who entered the vicinity of the Vermilion Bird's Abyss were annihilated regardless of their strength. Not a single person escaped, and the entire land became blood red. One had to know that all the red feathers on that old Vermilion Bird's body were about to fall off. He could die at any time, but his destructive power was so frightening that it shocked the world. Chapter 834. Raise your eyes and let out a long howl at the sky with a strong and vigorous heart. 30 achievements in the dust and earth, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Someone was chanting, full of passion. This was a mountainous region with verdant and luxuriant trees. Golden leaves covered the entire mountain and wilderness. It was autumn again, and fruits were plentiful. 30 years had passed, and the people who lived in seclusion here came out one after another. On top of the mountain, there was a small figure. It was the person who was incomparably passionate just now. But later on, he was a little sad and indignant as he said, "Mother asterisk her, 30 years have passed, and I still haven't changed. I'm still so small." On the other side, there was a silver-haired little Lolita sitting on top of a mountain. She didn't say a word and had a melancholy expression on her face, as if she was possessed. She muttered, Why haven't you grown up yet? You're not even as tall as my brother-in-law's thigh." Children who hadn't grown up always hoped to grow up earlier, and people who had grown up were most afraid of the passage of time. The passing of age could also be misplaced here on Xiao Xiao and Chu Wuan. These two always hoped that their soul light would increase explosively like adults, but they found it very strange. Their spiritual energy was increasing rapidly, but the scale of their soul light didn't change much. A black swan was carrying a tortoise shell on its back as it strode gracefully. It pretended to be leisurely as it slowly passed by the two of them and said, "Have you seen a ghost that will grow old? What it looks like the moment it leaves its physical body will always be the same in the end. Immeasurable deity, I'm going to be a big-headed baby in diapers for 100 years?" Chu Wuhan almost burst into tears at this moment. The silver-haired little Lolita immediately shrieked when she heard this and said, "I'm already over 30 years old, but I'm still like a little girl. It sounds nice to say that I'm carved out of jade, but in reality, I'm dry and dry. My front and back are protruding. My curves are exquisite. My snow-white long legs, my slender waist, my broad bosom, my flawless and peerless complexion. I'm only so big. I'm crying." Even a little Taoist was speechless. He was fussing about these because he was such a big person, yet he was an infant soul. It was too king embarrassing. But this ant was angry because she didn't have a protruding front and back. Protruding front and back, I have them. Ouyang Feng strode away as light as he could. Indeed, with its head peeking out in front and its buttocks sticking out in the air behind it, it took a leisurely stroll. It was indeed curvaceous. After that, Ouyang Feng turned around and added, "Yeah, I have long legs too." After saying that, he strode away gracefully like a swan and left just like that. Xiao Xiao was dumbstruck. After that, she was terribly angry and said, "Jun Tuo's son, go to hell." Ouyang Feng transmitted his voice from afar. In addition, I also possess exquisite curves. And let's go and annihilate him. This brat is only 2 years older than me. but he always calls me uncle and even laughs at you. Let's go together, the little Taoist urged. Let's go. The silver-haired lowly nodded. The two of them turned into two streaks of light and chased after him. When Ouyang Feng saw that the situation wasn't good, he immediately shouted, "Old donkey, yellow ox, old black, come. It's time to teach our nephew a lesson again. Come over and help." After that, a fight broke out in this area. This group of people had just come out of seclusion and had been lying low all this time. They hadn't shown their faces for 30 years. Back then, Yao Yao killed a divine beast and obtained enough divine blood to cleanse everyone of their yin qi. Then, she went into seclusion here to cultivate. That was because the gray substance left behind a haze in everyone's hearts. It made Yao Yao somewhat fearful, so she seriously analyzed and studied the little 6 rays of time technique. She actually completed a part of it. The current little 6 rays of time technique was even more complete than when Chu Feng had just obtained it. After a long time, the battle ended and the group of people dispersed on their own. In the field, a baby boy fell on his back alone. He was indeed powerful, but he couldn't withstand so many people. A group of people surrounded and beat him up. Even Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng went up together. In addition, there was also the group of people with the innocuous ox demonic physique. In addition, there was also his pig-like teammate, Ing Xiao Xiao, who kept dragging him down. The little Taoist was very miserable. "Aunt, you definitely did it on purpose. You've implicated me and caused me to be beaten up again." Chu Wuhan was indignant. At this moment, Ing Xiao Xiao was absent-minded. In reality, she was already absent-minded during the battle just now. She was peeping at her sister and muttering to herself, "Why do I feel that she's becoming more and more curvaceous? Boo-hoo, I don't want to live anymore." After that, she discovered Qin Luoyin walking gracefully. Her slender legs, slender waist, and broad bosom made her jealous again. "It's been 30 years. I've already become an old lowly." She covered her face and ran away. Young lady, she popped her head out and grabbed her. "You're pure and natural. You're extremely beautiful as a porcelain doll. Come, let big sister rub your little face." Ing Xiao Xiao saw her and naturally had another target to hate. She immediately became indignant and retaliated. "Big sister you're already at the age of an auntie. You're still acting cute. You're too shameful. I'll hit you." Young lady, she immediately chased after her. Boom! In the depths of the mountain range in the distance, the sound of the earth quaking and mountains shaking could be heard. One could see the earth and rocks rolling and the mountains rising and falling. It was rather terrifying. That's right, those mountains rose and fell one after another. They were sometimes high and sometimes low and were constantly changing. But everyone was used to it. The depths of the mountain range had always been like this in the recent years. They knew that Chu Feng was studying the earthly qi and the topography in order to set up a domain. The main reason why they were staying here was to wait for Chu Feng to achieve results in his research on domains and make a breakthrough. They were waiting for him to become a grandmaster so that they could steal the medicine. These 30 years were overly fulfilling to Chu Feng. That was because he had forgotten everything else and was wholeheartedly studying domains. Everything else faded away as he drilled himself wholeheartedly into the world of domains. To him, the harvest in these 30 years was enormous. His attainments in domains were steadily increasing. Spiritual energy was used to study domains. At his level, soul light and spiritual energy were all used to carve domain runes. As a result, the growth of his spiritual energy wasn't delayed by studying domains. Presently, Chu Feng's soul light energy had long since reached the great circle of the golden body realm. During these 30 years, his spiritual energy had steadily increased and reached a limit. He couldn't break through anymore because it involved the problem of becoming a quasi-sage. Throughout history, there had never been a quasi-sage who was 10 years old. Unless one used a special technique to devour and fuse other people's divinity granules in this world, No one at this age could directly break through into the quasi-sage domain by relying on their own cultivation and breathing techniques. A quasi-sage was also a sage. The word sage was attached to it, and that was the difference between heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was one golden body expert or 100, any quasi-sage would crush them. To a golden body realm cultivator, a quasi-sage was as large as the heavens and as heavy as the sea of stars. The difference was too great. Of course, Chu Feng's greatest gain was that he had broken through into the Grandmaster realm. He had already done it 5 years ago. In 25 years, he had broken through from the Master realm into the Grandmaster realm. This was a world-shocking record. Even Yao Yao was shocked and revealed an odd expression, because even the Sage Master back then wasn't this fast. Chu Feng's speed had definitely broken a record. Moreover, according to their original universe's situation in the starry skies, normally speaking, it would take at least 200 to 300 years or more to go from a domain master to a grandmaster. In other words, the time Chu Feng used had been reduced to 1/10. Actually, this wasn't special. Chu Feng's talent and domains had already manifested earlier, and it was even more heaven-defying than his cultivation talent. Even the energy inheritance pagoda on the moon gasped in admiration. As early as that period, Chu Feng had already broken a record. Otherwise, how could that pagoda possibly give that mysterious silver paper that the Sage Master had obtained directly to Chu Feng? Many of the Sage Master's domain methods were learned from that silver paper. Now, the various mountain peaks in the depths of the mountain range rose and fell as if they were dancing. To the big black yak and the others, they were already used to it. After Chu Feng became a domain grandmaster, he had always been like this for a few years. He was controlling the chi of the earth, researching the geomagnetism, and meditating on all kinds of runes. At the same time, Chu Feng was fiddling with many astonishing domains, constructing models, and so on. Boom! Finally, a strange change occurred in the depths of the mountain range. All kinds of flowing lights shot out and surged into the sky like a flying immortal. A rain of light interweaved, brilliant and beautiful. There was a violent earthquake, following which, with a cracking sound, the heaven and earth collapsed. The depths of the mountain range completely disintegrated, and all the mountain peaks exploded. Countless rays of geomagnetic light appeared and filled the entire world like a rain of immortal light. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the earth caved in, and all the shattered mountain peaks disappeared. Chu Feng, brother-in-law. The group of people cried out in alarm because a giant abyss had appeared in their place and devoured everything. There was a terrifying symbol flickering in the depths of the ground. Chi, chi, chi. Millions of strands of radiance surged out and dispersed the darkness. Countless mountain peaks rose from the ground once more and became as tall as the sky. They had surpassed their original height by many times. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was he casually making the mountains grow and reshape? They knew that this was caused by Chu Feng's research on domains. It had caused all kinds of changes in the chi of the earth. Everyone realized that Chu Feng's attainments in the field of domains had reached a shocking level. Boom! As expected, all the mountain peaks rose up and geomagnetic light appeared. Rays of light illuminated the sky as Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the highest peak. Compared to the past, he hadn't changed at all. He was still the same. With a swoosh, he took a step forward and the chi of the earth gushed out. He disappeared from his original position and then suddenly appeared from the soil layer before everyone's eyes. Hiss! Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This domain matter was too odd and shocked them. No wonder people say that when a domain grandmaster buried himself, he was clearly buried in the Eastern Sea. Tens of thousands of years later, his descendants found him in the desert of the extreme west. This is truly unpredictable. He can move freely underground. Even Ing Wuti sighed. Brother-in-law, your awareness is quite high, Chu Feng said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, Ing Wuti's face immediately darkened. He no longer said anything and paid him no attention. How is it? Is this considered an official exit? The black yak asked with a hopeful expression. Old Donkey also bared his buck teeth and smiled somewhat wretchedly. Can we go pick immortal medicines now? Chu Feng nodded and said, let's get ready. We can set out now. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Old Donkey cried out excitedly and somersaulted a few times. Chu Feng's face darkened. With a point of his finger, Old Donkey disappeared from his original position and ran into the depths of the ground. After a long while, he crawled out with his face covered in dirt. He was coughing incessantly, and his mouth was full of dirt. Seeing this, the Manchurian tiger and the others knew that Chu Feng's attainments and domains had improved greatly. They were incomparably excited and rubbed their palms together. Chapter 835. Son, 30 years have passed. Why are you still so small? Chu Feng greeted the little Taoist with concern the moment he saw him. The little Taoist's expression collapsed on the spot. He slanted his eyes at his father and really wanted to curse. Toad, how come my son's eyes are slanted? Did he learn it from you? Chu Feng asked Ouyang Feng, son of A.B. *TC. Ouyang Feng rolled his eyes. Chu Feng looked to the other side and said, Xiao Xiao, even though your hair reaches your waist, why are you still a little Lolita? The little Lolita turned around angrily after he said this and left him with the back of her head. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. After that, Chu Feng looked to the other side and said, Cici, I should call you Anishi now. But why are you still acting cute and young? But you're not much different from before. Young lady, she immediately flared up and said, Demon Chu, your son and sister-in-law are modestly letting you win, but I'm not afraid. Come. Let's fight for 300 rounds. Let me beat you into 18 pieces. Brother-in-law, your face has finally turned white and not so black anymore. Hey, you really can't resist praise. Why is your face black again? Chu Feng's mouth couldn't stay still. He hadn't spoken for 30 years and wanted to say a few words to everyone he saw. However, it made people want him to shut up immediately. Old Black, 30 years have passed. Are you still thinking about that green female yak on the Tibetan plateau? Don't think about it. That first love that hurt you the most is now a white skeleton. As the saying goes, a pink skeleton. You should understand. Blackmouth Chu, I want to duel with you. Chu Feng ignored him and looked at Yellow Cattle. Little Yellow, are you a man or a woman? Why is your little face becoming more and more beautiful and delicate? Come, let me see the real situation. Yellow Ox's delicate little face was solemn. His golden hair was glowing as he leaped into the air. With a bang, he threw a heavenly bull meteor punch at Chu Feng. Brother Tiger, your Manchurian tiger, #yin hashtag. In just a moment, Chu Feng was almost beaten up by the crowd. His mouth never stopped chattering. He hadn't opened his mouth for 30 years, and it seemed that he was suffocated. Most importantly, the moment he opened his mouth, he didn't say anything nice, which made people want to beat him up. Everyone really wanted to invite Yao Yao out. They wanted to see if he still dared to speak carelessly with his broken mouth. If he dared to make things up about Yao Yao, they reckoned he would definitely be beaten up. In the end, Chu Feng quietly looked at Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin. He muttered in a low voice that they were even more curvaceous. The two women's faces darkened. We haven't seen each other for many years, and I miss you a lot. I'm greeting you warmly, Chu Feng explained. Let's not talk about that. Let's get ready to steal the herbs. Here, this is a map. We've prepared a lot of copies recently. Let's see which shop we'll be targeting. With a whoosh, Big Black Yak unfurled a beast skin map and spread it on the stone table. He pointed it out for Chu Feng to see and listed it in great detail. There were medicinal gardens of the gods on the Vicious Beast Plateau, as well as medicinal fields near the abyss. There was no need to think too much. The degree of difficulty was too great, and one could easily offend the gods. Chu Feng looked at it. The easiest to get the herbs on the Bloody Mountain Peak. Back then, they dug out 5 stalks from there and got rid of little Noble Pulin at the same time. However, the herbs in this place could only be considered low-grade, sacred medicines. Even though they were watered with divine beast blood later on, the growth of the herbs was slow. 30 years had passed, and they didn't know if the medicinal efficacy had increased sharply. The Manchurian tiger pointed at the map and introduced it. This is the Ural mountain range. It also belongs to the wasteland region and isn't in the depths of the vicious beast plateau. It belongs to a medicinal field in the outskirts of the moon goddess. There are also some very old soul lotuses on the mountaintop there, which are extremely useful to us. There were some soul lotuses in the sacred pond of the Ural mountain. They were snow white, translucent, divine, and flawless. They were extremely beneficial to the growth of spiritual energy. So much so that after this kind of sacred lotus grew to its peak, it could even help people reconstruct their corporeal bodies and create a lotus body. There's a Fusang tree here, the witch god's medicinal field. It belongs to the divine tree, but it's in the depths of the vicious beast plateau. It's already not very far from the witch god's true residence. Furthermore, this god has the sun-shooting bow and isn't to be trifled with. He can lock onto people and shoot them to death from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The group of people analyzed and discovered that there were many medicinal fields, but most of them were sacred medicines. They were effective to them, but the effects weren't that great for Yao Yao. What Yao Yao needed were divine medicines. However, the true divine medicines were near the abodes of the gods or in the depths of the abyss. 30 years ago, it was fortunate that we ran fast and didn't think about the vermilion bird divine medicine. That old vermilion bird was too terrifying. He eliminated 2 gods from the vicious beast plateau and killed all the flying serpents. There was no one else with such might. Thinking about it now, they were still somewhat terrifying. Let me think about it. Chu Feng studied these medicinal fields. The worst was a sacred medicine, and the high-grade area was a divine medicine. This was different from the Yin world where the treasure medicines were greatly discounted. The yang qi here was abundant and the medicinal effects were astonishing. We have to be clear-headed. Once the medicine is stolen, it'll definitely be a shocking case. At that time, we definitely won't be able to hide anymore. We'll probably be hunted down after taking the sacred medicine. It'll be pretty good if we can barely hold on until the medicinal effects are absorbed. Chu Feng reckoned that once that time came, some of them might be killed one after another or forced to commit suicide and flee back to their original universe in a hurry. Everyone's expressions were grave as they nodded continuously. This meant that their journey in this world would completely come to an end. Chu Feng's expression became solemn. The more he thought about it in detail, the more he felt that once they took action this time, it would mean that many people would really end up in this world. Therefore, he was very cautious. It's good to end it earlier. After all, our harvest this time should surpass those people in the past. We used the divine beast blood to baptize our souls, and we all improved rapidly, said Ing Zhixin. This was a fact. In the past, how many people could obtain the divine beast blood? Qin Luoyin's expression was incomparably solemn when she heard this. She also realized the severity of the problem. They were yang souls now. Once we return to our corporeal bodies, our powerful yang souls might cause serious damage to our corporeal bodies. Yes, Ing Zhixin nodded. Everyone trembled. This was a problem they had to face squarely. It wasn't necessarily a good thing if their yang souls were too powerful when they returned. Don't worry. Even if each of us takes a sacred medicine, it's impossible to become a quasi-saint immediately. It's not that easy to become a saint, said Chu Feng. A quasi-saint couldn't be achieved by relying on swallowing heavenly treasures. Instead, one needed to comprehend, capture the rules of order, and resonate with one's body. If a saint's soul really returned, their corporeal bodies wouldn't be able to stay. They would definitely be burned to ashes. There was no need to think too much about it. All right, then it's settled. Most people should end their journey already, said Chu Feng. Apart from Yao Yao, who was in seclusion, it wasn't suitable for the others to stay for long. Of course, Chu Feng was an exception. He could continue to comprehend domains in this world and study the geography of the mountains and rivers. Ouyang Feng said, "We'll scout the area now and prepare all kinds of work. We'll commit crimes crazily before we truly decide to leave." Chu Feng nodded. Now, He was prepared to take action first and investigate on the spot. I'll set off right now. You guys continue to cultivate in seclusion. I'll also cultivate while I'm studying the mountains and all living things outside. I'll inform you guys when I'm really going to make a move. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he set off on his way after a small gathering with him here. During these 10 years, Chu Feng walked all over the Vicious Beast Plateau and traversed the vicinity of the 8 great abysses. In the end, he confirmed his target. Unfortunately, he wasn't confident in picking the divine medicine because it was all near the deities. During these 10 years, he further studied domains, and his attainments became more and more profound. He had already advanced from the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm to the middle stage. This was an astonishing rate of improvement. Let's go. We're going to pick the medicine. After 10 years, Chu Feng returned and called out to everyone. Even Yao Yao was alarmed. As a result, she came out of seclusion and was prepared to follow along. That was because some people might set off to return to their original universe today. This could also be considered a farewell. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, most of us will be leaving today or in the next few days. Take care first." Some people were silent, including Ying Zhaxian and Qin Luoying. That was because most of their memories in this world would be erased and couldn't be preserved. Once they returned to their original world, they would forget the people here, the experiences here, the feelings here, and some precious things here. Unfortunately, after we return, the friendship between us that's even more precious than mother of gold will dissipate and be forgotten. I'm so sad. Ying Xiao looked at everyone in front of her. Let's go. We'll go pick the medicine first. Chu Feng led the way. Yao Yao followed and protected everyone. This time, Yao Yao definitely wouldn't leave. They chose the martial god's territory as their first stop. It was also the place where Chu Feng and the others had descended for the first time, the Bloody Mountain Peak. The great medicine here was the easiest to pick. However, some of the medicinal ingredients on the mountain peaks here had been picked in advance. There were still 2 mountain peaks with blood medicine. Unfortunately, there were only 4 stalks of sacred medicine in total on the 2 mountains. It really wasn't much. The Bloody Mountain peaks were still the same. Scarlet lightning curled around them and crackled. Yao Yao could forcefully break through this place, but she couldn't do so here. Once she did so, she would alert the enemy. She could only take the medicine here and forget about taking the other places. This place wasn't difficult for Chu Feng. Back then, he had seen the general layout of this place. Now that he had become a Grandmaster, he broke through the opening domain as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Not long after, the group climbed the mountain without a hitch. The 4 stalks of sacred medicine on the 2 Bloody Mountain peaks were all picked. Eat it quickly. Chu Feng passed 1 stalk to Ying Xiao and gave it to the old Grandmaster Wu Qifeng and the others. I'll eat it later. Ying Xiao pouted. She still didn't want to leave and wasn't willing to part with Chu Feng and the others. She was a little reluctant. Are you stupid? After we go back, they'll actually return to Damning Pure Land in just 1 night. Ying Wudi rebuked her. What do you know? After we go back, we'll forget everything here. You're an older sister complex. You can't wait to go back. Ying Xiao was fuming and very sad at the same time. Ying Wudi was so angry that he could only glare. He really didn't have a way to beat up his little sister. In the end, these 4 stalks of medicine were eaten by the 4 great demons from Mount Eternal first. The 4 of them couldn't move and needed someone to carry them. Yao Yao helped them refine the medicine's effects along the way. Obviously, this thing couldn't be fully absorbed and could only be hidden in the soul light. Of course, most of the medicine's effects were completely wasted. After all, without a corporeal body, the amount that the spirit could absorb was limited. Let's go to the next place. Chu Feng laid out a domain. They immediately crossed the void and disappeared from this place. Then, a moment after they left, the domain automatically disintegrated and turned into flying ashes. This was the method of a Grandmaster. They appeared in the Ural mountain range. Chu Feng had long since studied it thoroughly. He brought people and charged straight up the mountain peak. They saw a snow-white pond with several stalks of soul lotuses in it. They were snow white, sparkling and translucent, and filled the air with a sweet fragrance. Ing Xiao had no choice but to eat the sacred medicine here. She pulled Chu Feng's hand and looked at the others. Everyone, I'll miss all of you. I feel that some precious things can definitely settle in the bottom of my heart and not be completely forgotten. Consuming the saintly medicine meant that if it wasn't today, then he would have to leave in the next few days. Chapter 836. There were a total of 5 soul lotuses, but they could only satisfy a portion of people's needs, and not all of them. This time, Chu Feng decided to go all out and give everyone holy medicine. As a result, he needed to collect many medicinal fields in order to gather enough. This was fairly extravagant. This kind of holy medicine contained yang qi, and its medicinal effects were astonishing. If they could truly refine it completely, it would be greatly beneficial to their soul light potential. At the very least, it would be a great help if they wanted to become saints in the future. The Ural Mountain Range was tranquil without anyone guarding it. The sacred pond shone, and propitious qi overflowed. None of the 5 snow-white soul lotuses were left behind, as they had all been taken away. After that, Ing Xiao, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the others sat down cross-legged and didn't move at all. They refined the holy medicine with all their might, and with Yao Yao's help, everyone brought them on their way once more. The domains were opened. Chu Feng and the others crossed the void. They entered Vicious Beast Plateau on this long journey and were relatively close to the deities. Of course, it was relative to say that they were relatively close. In reality, Chu Feng was very cautious. He was more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from any of the deities' abodes. He became even more cautious after experiencing the domineeringness of the old vermilion birds massacre in all directions. Savage Valley was in a mountainous region on Vicious Beast Plateau. There were many ferocious birds on normal days, and after they circled around, they often cast a large shadow. This was considered the witch god's territory. No ferocious birds dared to approach the misty region in the deepest part of the valley, as it was considered a forbidden area. There were a few Chilan flowers here that had grown for tens of thousands of years and had long since become holy medicines. The misty mist was emitted by the Chilan flowers, and it carried a fragrance. This time was still very smooth. Chu Feng possessed the strength of a grandmaster, and his research on domains had reached perfection. He especially conducted a targeted on-the-spot investigation. The azure blue petals of the 4 Chilan flowers were sparkling and translucent, and the flowers were vivid and lifelike like Chilans. They swayed in the breeze and emitted a dense fragrance. This kind of holy medicine could almost make a cultivator fall to the ground drunk. If one had a physical body, they could experience the illusion of ascending to heaven. Their whole body was comfortable and light like an immortal. "Take care in advance," said Chu Feng. This time, Qin Luoyin ate the Chilan flowers. She was even more beautiful than the flowers. She was incomparably dazzling as auspicious light lingered around her. Qin Luoyin whispered, "You take care of yourself too." Ing Zhixian also ate it. She was very quiet and also very clear. She became more and more indifferent like an immortal. Chu Feng said, "Go back and study the wonderful 7 treasures technique more." Ing Zhixian was unable to calm down. She thought of their experiences in this world. Their soul lights fused together, and they used the wonderful 7 treasures technique together. Would this experience become a thing of the past? Perhaps it was about to fade from his memory. Not long after, they also left this place. Their next stop was outside the wasteland, and then they approached the abyss. Following that, they moved very quickly. They looted the herb fields outside the abyss one after another and swept them clean. In the end, everyone had a stock of panacea. Unfortunately, Yao Yao didn't have much demand for sacred medicines. Chu Feng took the risk to help her pick a stock of divine medicine, but Yao Yao stopped him. That was because the risk was too great. Even though the level of domains in this world wasn't that high, divine medicines were close to the dwelling of deities. Once discovered, it would be a disaster of life and death. All right, there's still time. I should be able to pick a stock of divine medicine after I study it for a few more decades. However, on that very day, they had just gone into hiding when the matter was exposed, and it caused great waves. The theft of sacred medicines from various places couldn't be concealed at all. The problem was exposed in the shortest time possible. The vicinity of these herb fields was usually very quiet, but it didn't mean that there weren't people patrolling. The reason why Chu Feng could be so successful was because he had spent a long time understanding and researching. He had long since figured out the pattern, so he directly avoided those people this time. In Savage Valley, the theft of medicinal herbs was the first to be discovered because the mist had disappeared and attracted the attention of the birds of prey. Following the explosion of this matter, the patrollers of the herb fields in various places naturally paid attention to the sacred medicines they were guarding. In the end, many people broke out in a cold sweat. From Vicious Beast Plateau to the Abyss, a total of 6 herb fields were looted clean. All of them were sacred medicines, and this caused a huge commotion in a short while. The generals in various places were alarmed and requested to hunt down the thief with all their might. Sacred medicines still couldn't enter the discerning eyes of deities, but this kind of influence was too vile and had to be severely punished. However, the people from all sides didn't find the thief even after 2 days had passed. 2 days have passed. The medicinal effects should be about done. The demon ancestors' cauldron has long been contacted, and the vortex passage has already been opened. In the depths of the wasteland, Chu Feng and the others all had grave expressions. That was because the outside world had turned upside down. Fortunately, this group of people had fought for precious time to refine the sacred medicine. A group of people wanted to return to Mount Eternal. This passage wasn't open all the time, so they needed to inform the demon ancestors' cauldron in advance. The other passage was more convenient and had always existed. Let's go. Prepare to return. I feel stifled as if something is going to happen. That's right, something is going to happen. At this moment, in the depths of Vicious Beast Plateau, the witch god's eldest disciple took out the Fusong bow and directly shot an arrow. After 2 days of fruitless searching for the herb thief, his subordinates found him and asked for the witch god's weapon. They used this divine artifact to lock souls. Do you think you'll be fine, those who stole and ate sacred medicines? Karma will never be able to escape. Chi. The arrow shot by the witch god's eldest disciple was world-shaking. It traversed the void and flew for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles before rushing out of Vicious Beast Plateau. It truly pierced through the void and finally appeared in the wasteland. After that, it fell from high up in the sky and pierced through the earth with a bang, directly diving underground. Let's go. Yao Yao was the first to react. She brought everyone away from the domain that Chu Feng had set up here and disappeared in a flash. Practically at the same time, this place exploded. The sky and earth were turned upside down as magma gushed out. The entire earth caved in, and this place became a doomsday kingdom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Chu Feng and the others ran into trouble after their traces were discovered, and they were shot by an arrow. The gods didn't move because the sacred medicine couldn't alarm them. Moreover, it really couldn't be justified if they mobilized the gods just to catch the herb thief. So much so that their personal disciples didn't move. Only the witch god's eldest disciple shot an arrow with the law of karma to force them out. However, Chu Feng and the others were still in great trouble. All the feudal vassals were moving and chasing after them. I'm really a bit unwilling to commit suicide and turn into a rain of light and return. After all, the medicinal effects haven't been completely refined, said the big black yak. Then, in the next moment, a divine rainbow flew over from afar with a pop. Everyone's expression changed because it was a sacred sword. Chi. Following that, arrows flew over one after another. All of them carried sacred chi as they lingered around the area. If the situation isn't right, you guys can go on your way, Yao Yao warned repeatedly. She went up to fight for some time for them and worked hard to absorb some more sacred medicine. Yao Yao, be careful, shouted Chu Feng. He was afraid that an accident would happen to her because there were quite a few people who came. It would be big trouble if they surrounded her. Pop! An hour later, Ingwudi lowered his head and looked at his chest. After that, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He exploded with a bang. His soul light was very vigorous because it had been nourished by the sacred medicine. But even so, he was still killed by a flying spear thrown by someone. Furthermore, that person was only an expert at the golden body perfection realm and not a quasi-saint. Brother, Ing Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. A group of people came over from the end of the horizon. Among them was a youth with a cold and detached expression. He was carrying a dozen short spears on his back as he sat on a savage beast and looked down at them. So it's a group of ghosts causing trouble. You're courting death, said the young expert who killed Ingwudi coldly. The little martial god is mighty, someone cheered and shouted loudly. This was a descendant of a deity. Even if he hadn't completely grown up, he was already very powerful. His performance on Vicious Beast Plateau was breathtaking, and almost no one below the quasi-saint realm was his match. Of course, his killing of Ingwudi in one strike was also related to his weapon. It was very powerful. How could a deity's descendant use ordinary objects? So what if you're a deity's grandson? Your grandfather is the son of a divine beast. Ouyang Feng gritted his teeth. Uncle, the little Taoist clenched his fist. After so many years, he could be considered to have feelings for him. Woody, Ing Zhixin raised her head and watched the light rain disappear. Her heart was in intense pain just now, but she finally felt at ease when she thought that this wasn't a true death and that they could still be resurrected in their original universe. Motherf asterisk Kerr, take revenge for Ingwudi, roared the big black yak. They really weren't afraid of death at this stage. At worst, they could just return to their original world after dying in battle. A group of trash dares to be noisy in front of me. The little martial god was incomparably chilly. He had an apathetic expression on his face as he watched this place from the end of the earth. After that, he turned around and shouted at the people in other directions. Descendants of the sorcerer god and the moon goddess, let's have a competition and see who can kill more ghosts and who can kill faster. How about it? Sure. The sorcerer god's descendant laughed out loud. He transformed into a gale that swept over and was about to sweep the big black yak and the others right away. Bang! At the same time, someone from the moon goddess's faction also rushed out. It was a young woman who was extremely cold and elegant as she charged over with extreme speed. She was wrapped in a ball of moonlight, and her strength was astonishing. "Ha! The hunting of the Een spirits begins now," shouted the little martial god. He also made his move. Boom! Suddenly, the earth caved in. The three descendants of the gods who had rushed over all sank along with the earth. They were surrounded by domain runes and isolated there. Chu Feng made his move with a gloomy expression. Ingwudi's death just now made him break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he decisively made his move to kill. A large dragon appeared from the ground. It was formed from the condensation of energy as it rolled over and strangled the three people. Buzz! In a split second, a large, dusky hand appeared in the sky. It was simply too grand and slapped down all of a sudden, causing the earth to collapse with a boom. In the blink of an eye, his large hand blasted open the domain that Chu Feng had just activated at the last minute and allowed the three people to escape. A quasi-sage had intervened. A puny spirit even understands domains. How dare you attack a descendant of the bloodline of a god? You're courting death. The quasi-sage in the sky roared loudly. He waved his large hand again and slapped toward Chu Feng and the others. With a swoosh, Chu Feng brought everyone with him and disappeared from this place. With the help of the earth, he teleported several 100 kilometers and changed positions to fight again. At the same time, Yao Yao moved. She broke free from the many saints' restraints and waved her lustrous white palm. Her palm shattered the void and covered the quasi-sage in the west with a boom. Ah! With a puff, the quasi-sage exploded in the sky from Yao Yao's attack. Blood rained down. Chapter 837. Yao Yao dealt with a quasi-saint with a single slap and killed him in the sky. Blood rained down on the wasteland like a torrential downpour and dyed the wasteland red. Her attack this time had a powerful deterrent force that frightened the surrounding people. It was just a spiritual body without a physical body, yet actually attacked so powerfully while being surrounded by several saints. Capture those ghosts just now. Don't let them escape, said a saint-level powerhouse. Then he looked at Yao Yao and said, "You want to protect them? I won't let you do as you wish. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many people came from the surroundings. They all moved after hearing his order and surrounded and intercepted Chu Feng's group, especially the little martial god, the witch god's descendant, and the moon goddess's descendant. They cut a sorry figure just now and were almost trapped in the soil and rocks by the domains. Now, they were even leading people to chase after them. A large army followed behind them. Smoke billowed, and people shouted and horses neighed. Blood surged and caused the entire wasteland to tremble. In addition, there were also quasi-saints who appeared once again and quietly chased after Chu Feng's group in order to deal a fatal blow. Chu Feng was very calm and didn't panic. He calmly used his domain techniques and disappeared from his original position with a sudden sound. Drawing support from his confidence, he led everyone underground and traversed 400 kilometers in the blink of an eye. "This fellow is like a rat. Who can catch him for me?" shouted the little martial god. Chu Feng was fighting for time for the big black yak, Qin Luoyin, and Ouyang Feng so that they could refine as many of the sacred medicines as possible. It was extremely beneficial to them. First of all, this kind of great medicine could raise them to the great circle of the golden body realm and consolidate their foundations. Secondly, once they became saints in the future, the medicinal effects and potentials hidden within their soul light could be activated and displayed to great effect. Little martial god, don't be anxious. This old man is waiting for someone. A voice came from afar, and a few elders appeared together. They weren't ordinary people as they moved by controlling the chi of the earth. A single step covered hundreds of kilometers. Domain researchers. The domain masters and grandmasters of the Vicious Beast Plateau rushed over. These people were usually in charge of arranging the domains of cave residences, medicine fields, and so on. Their status was extremely high. This time, several medicinal fields were robbed one after another, causing them to become furious. Their arrangements were broken by others, and these people were all alarmed and came out. The evolvers of this world were all very powerful, but their domain research methods couldn't be considered too profound. These people could be considered the best of the best. Earth Dragon turns over. An old man shouted. He held a divine magnetic flag in his hand and waved it violently. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth shook violently. The veins of the earth trembled, and the profound magnetic chi boiled. Then, the wasteland collapsed all of a sudden, the veins of the earth surging like a great dragon, turning over. Chu Feng was surprised. The earth chi that enveloped them leaked out, and they were almost buried alive by all kinds of rocks and soil. With a wave of his hand, a flag appeared and activated the domain runes. The geomagnetic energy appeared once again and enveloped them. With a sudden sound, they charged out from the depths of the ground and fled into the distance. Interesting. An old man narrowed his eyes. He was a domain grandmaster who had immersed himself in this field for many years and could sense the enemy's traces through the earth chi. He glanced at an old man beside him and said, "Come, old friend. Let's join hands and cut them off. Let's see some blood." Another old man beside him smiled and nodded. "Very well. We haven't joined hands to use the earth-severing slash in a long time. Let's give it to them." "Very well. Let's use the earth-severing slash and make them pay the price in blood." Buzz. Suddenly, with them at the center, the earth chi surged and the profound magnetic radiance flourished, following which the entire underground world was like a great furnace, emitting radiance and incomparably boiling heat. Following which, a profound magnetic blade suddenly appeared with a ripping sound. It was too dazzling and resplendent. It reached hundreds of kilometers away and suddenly appeared where Chu Feng's group was. With a boom, the blade split the underground world apart, cutting through the soil and rocks, and cutting off the earth Chu Feng had activated. Ah! A Kunlun demon let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body exploded into a ball of light rain. Without any suspense, his soul returned, and he was cut apart by the giant blade before he could even utter a single word. Moreover, Chu Feng's group was separated into two parts. Immediately, earth and rocks collapsed. This was deep underground, and it crashed down with a loud rumble and drowned them. Moreover, a giant profound magnetic blade swept out once again with the intention of killing everyone. Earth suppression seal. Chu Feng shouted in a low voice. With a flip of his hand, runes appeared and enveloped the entire area. An earth seal appeared and blasted the blade away with a boom before stabilizing the area. Deprive. The two old men shouted in the distance. Earth chi surged and engulfed everything in a frantic attempt to take away a portion of the people. Mother! At this moment, the little Taoist cried out in alarm because Qin Luoyin and the others were about to be taken away by those people. Chu Feng flipped out and said, "Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that's easy to bully? I don't want to fight and only want to stall for time. Since you're so overbearing, all of you can die." One rune after another appeared in the underground world amidst his constant evolution. Each and every one of them was as resplendent as a small sun. After that, they transformed into divine swords and flew out amidst sizzling sounds. Not good. This person has grasped a great killing technique in the domain. A domain grandmaster from the Vicious Beast Plateau was astonished. The domains they laid out usually focused on trapping and killing, but the other party was obviously proficient in all kinds of offensive methods. Boom! The ground boiled and domain runes spread as they clashed fiercely. Chu Feng was fighting one against two, but the profound magnetic earth chi he urged was incomparably vigorous. It smashed forward as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the end, that profound magnetic blade was shattered. The divine swords charged over one after another and almost injured those two old men, cutting them into a rather sorry state. In the end, the two domain masters in front of them let out blood-curdling screams. They couldn't defend in time and were struck by the giant sword light, directly turning into two balls of bloody mist. With a swoosh, Qin Luoyin and the others were rescued by Chu Feng. "Let it be. It's about time. Let's return to the real universe now," Qin Luoyin said in a low voice. She was afraid an accident would happen if they continued like this. "Yeah, let's go back. If we continue to persevere like this, you'll be in danger if you get surrounded by them," said the big black yak. Chu Feng said, "The key is that we've already been targeted by them. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to send you guys away. Grandmasters, please join hands and trap them for me." "You must not let them go," said the little martial god at this moment. "All right, let's join hands and keep that person here. He's a young domain grandmaster. If we can't keep him here this time, he'll become a great calamity in the future." After that, a total of 4 old men attacked together and went all out to set up a trap. Swoosh! Chu Feng laid down a domain and directly crossed the void, disappearing from this place. After that, the 4 grandmasters used their super domain treasures to lock onto them like shadows. They crossed the void and even brought along a large number of pursuers. "You want to leave? No one can use a domain to escape right under our noses," shouted an old man. "Chi, chi, chi." The next moment, all kinds of densely packed, profound magnetic flags danced in the air. They enveloped the void and cut off the path ahead. Many of them were divine magnetic flags that wanted to cut off this place. The 4 grandmasters quickly took action and laid down a large-scale domain. They wanted to trap and kill Chu Feng's group inside. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. He was also going all out, activating all kinds of magnetic stones and setting them up rapidly. He carved runes inside and constructed a domain to protect everyone. "Good, the quasi-sages have arrived. just in time to cooperate with the 4 grandmasters to capture and kill them. The little martial god laughed loudly. He was completely relieved. Chu Feng's expression became increasingly serious. He thought hard and recreated a certain domain from the silver page he had obtained from a moon and laid it down here. Even though the materials weren't complete and he couldn't completely recreate that kind of domain, the area was different after he laid it down. A large cloud of smoke rose up. What a terrifying domain. We must capture him. This person has a mysterious domain atlas on him. It's worth investigating, said a grandmaster. With us here, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings, said a quasi-sage. Then a great battle broke out. The 5 quasi-sages and 4 domain grandmasters attacked together. They either activated powerful mutant techniques or used domains to attack Chu Feng's group. The mysterious domain glowed with specks of silvery white light as it withstood the fierce attacks of the group of experts. Everyone attacked together. The little martial god, the descendant of the moon goddess, and a witch god gave the order at the same time. They led a large army and began to attack wildly. For a moment, countless streams of light flooded the area in front of them. The domain laid down by Chu Feng was extremely powerful and had withstood the attacks of the group of experts. But in the end, it was beginning to collapse due to a lack of materials. Brother, don't worry. Dying here isn't a true death, but a return. Don't worry. The Mastiff King saw that Chu Feng's expression was unsightly. The Horse King nodded and said, "Yes, brother. We'll leave first. It's no big deal. We'll reunite in our own world." However, Chu Feng was still unhappy. Returning by himself, or committing suicide, was a completely different matter from being killed by others. Very good. At this time, the little martial god wore a faint smile on his face. He stood on a high ground and gazed at the besieged people. He once again drew a spear from his back. At this time, the domain laid down by Chu Feng was already broken. A few experts on the outside could see the scene inside. Come, Dao friends, don't be in a rush to attack. Help us stabilize the domain. We need to study this young Grandmaster's domain. It's very important to us. A domain Grandmaster called out to the quasi-sages and asked for their help in stabilizing the earth energy here. At the same time, the little martial god said coldly with a spear in his hand, "Send them on their way." He then glanced at the descendant of the moon goddess and the witch god and said with a smile, "Let's continue the competition. Let's see who can kill the most ghosts." Very well, very well. The other two nodded. Puffed. The little martial god was the first to attack. As one of the most powerful golden body experts below the quasi-sages on the Vicious Beast Plateau, he had the strength and confidence to throw a spear. Puffed. This time, the spear pierced the Horse King's chest, causing his expression to stiffen. Then, he immediately exploded and didn't say anything. The big black yak, the Mastiff King, and the others all roared. Even though they knew this wasn't a true death, seeing the Horse King killed before their eyes still made their hearts tighten and their souls tremble. At the same time, Ing Xiaoxiao also screamed. She recalled the scene of her brother Ing Wudi being killed by this kind of spear not long ago. Another one. The little martial god laughed coldly. Puffed. At this time, the moon goddess descendant was covered in incomparably dazzling moonlight. She took out a full moon scimitar and slashed the Mastiff King's soul light with a puff. One of his arms exploded into a rain of light, but his body didn't explode. What a pity, it was just a little short, the moon goddess descendant said regretfully. At this moment, the Mastiff King's face turned ashen. The group of people from Mount Eternal were extremely furious. Watch me. The witch god's descendant spoke and was about to attack. Watch me. The little martial god was smiling as he prepared to throw the spear once again. Pay attention. Follow me closely, Chu Feng said in a low voice. He was angry. The other party had 4 grandmasters and 5 quasi-saints, as well as a large army. They had joined forces to suppress his domain like this. They were really bullying him when he was alone. He changed the domain and then suddenly used a special symbol to ignite the domain he had set up. It actually fused with the large-scale domains set up by the 4 grandmasters. Boom! The wasteland exploded and completely disintegrated. Countless boulders exploded into fine powder and flew high into the sky. Even the earth was caving in as terrifying energy surged violently. In an instant, more than 6,000 people exploded into a mist of blood after being disintegrated by such a powerful domain. The instant tragedy shocked everyone. This was simply too terrifying. Even the little martial god was roaring furiously. His arm was broken, his leg was flying high into the sky, and his body was cracking and blood was splattering everywhere. The lower half of the moon goddess descendant's body disappeared directly and turned into a mist of blood. She let out a mournful shriek. Blood-curdling screams could be heard here. The main thing was that the army that had swarmed over was too miserable. Their numbers were too dense and concentrated. In the end, more than 8,000 people had died tragically. Chapter 838. Even the 5 quasi-saints were sent flying. Their ears rang and their vision darkened. That was because they were at the forefront and were helping the 4 grandmasters stabilize their chi. However, it had to be said that the quasi-saints were too powerful. Such a terrifying domain explosion didn't kill them at all. The wasteland was being annihilated and completely disintegrated, but the quasi-saints' bodies weren't injured at all. 2 domain grandmasters had died, and the number of domain masters had been reduced by half. As for the domain masters, none of them were left. The young martial god screamed miserably. In the end, only his arm, head, and a small part of his body were left. The rest of his body was drenched in blood. He had suffered serious injuries. The descendants of the moon goddess and the witch god were equally miserable. Only their heads were preserved, and the rest of their bodies had disappeared. Blood splattered everywhere. Relatively speaking, being able to survive was already considered lucky. The others were all dead, and the 8,000 people were all elites of the army. Chu Feng took this opportunity to escape with the group. He had just used the chi of the earth to bring everyone down several hundred kilometers at top speed and fled along an earth vein. "Come out!" A quasi-saint stretched out his hand and smashed the earth in the distance with a boom. He wanted to blast Chu Feng and the others out. Just like that, Chu Feng and the others fled for their lives while the people behind them chased them down. Chu Feng had used his own strength to forcibly extend everyone's time for half a day so that they could absorb more medicinal power. However, they were being chased by a group of people in the wasteland. Although the 8,000 people had survived the calamity, there were even more people chasing after them. Moreover, as the descendants of gods, the young martial god, the descendants of the moon goddess, and the witch god immediately consumed the medicine and recovered their physical bodies. During the chaotic battle, the people from the abyss also attacked. They wanted to stop Yao Yao and chase after Chu Feng and the others. In the end, Chu Feng felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. He could let these people go on their way and return to their original universe. "You want to leave? Did you ask me?" The young martial god was furious and led many quasi-saints in pursuit. He made full use of his identity to summon the quasi-saints to help him. This time, Chu Feng and the others encounter crisis. The ground collapsed from the joint attack of many quasi-sages and exploded with a loud bang. Magma boiled, and this stretch of wasteland immediately turned crimson red. In the blink of an eye, this place became a sea of magma, waves surging. Everything within a range of 1,000 li was like this, completely melting. Chu Feng let out a muffled groan as he was injured. Even though his attainments in the field of domains were powerful, he still couldn't quite endure the joint imprisonment and attacks of so many quasi-saints. The domain runes underground were obliterated in large numbers. At the final juncture, some of the great demons of Kunlun were forced to set off and return to their original universe. Apart from that, there are also bad things. For instance, Qin Luoyin was captured and imprisoned by a quasi-sage. Very well. The young martial god burst out laughing and ordered Chu Feng to get lost. Chu Feng appeared from the sea of lava and shot a deep glance at Qin Luoying. Then, he disappeared into the ground and left without paying any attention to her. It was obvious that Qin Luoying's eyes were somewhat dim after seeing this. Chu Feng led the remaining people away at great speed. Along the way, he carved domain runes continuously, telling them to be on their way because he probably wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. An hour later, several quasi-sages roamed the magma and appeared in this area to protect the young martial god and the others. They also carried Qin Luoying in an attempt to lure Chu Feng out. However, Chu Feng was nowhere to be seen. In the end, Chu Feng suddenly appeared and arrived at the encirclement of the quasi-sages. He grabbed the young martial god by the neck and appeared and disappeared like a ghost, avoiding the saint-level divine senses. Doubtlessly, he was able to do this completely because of the domains. There were no other possibilities. Chu Feng lay dormant in the earth chi and became one with the heaven and earth. He endured for an hour before suddenly launching an attack and capturing the young martial god. In truth, this was extremely risky because he had been hiding nearby for a long time. With how sharp the quasi-sages were, he would die without a doubt once discovered. There was simply no way to escape. He had won the gamble and escaped the quasi-sages' divine senses. He had also avoided the search of the two domain grandmasters and captured the young martial god alive. The young martial god was furious. What kind of cultivation was he? There were few golden Arhut evolvers below the quasi-sage realm. Yet he had actually been ambushed and captured. He didn't believe that Chu Feng was his match. It was only because the domains had concealed his aura that the sneak attack had succeeded. He wanted to struggle, but the four divine magnetic flags pierced deep into his flesh and blood, forcefully suppressing him here. "Ghost, fight me if you have the guts. I'll kill you with one hand." His words were frivolous. He wanted to provoke Chu Feng into fighting him head-on. Crack! Chu Feng didn't say anything else and directly broke his neck. "If you dare speak nonsense with me, I'll destroy you with the four divine magnetic flags." "Stop! Let go of him!" A quasi-saint shouted. The young martial god was the martial god's favorite descendant. They couldn't afford to lose him. It was just that they hadn't expected this powerful young character who was known to be invincible below the quasi-sage realm would actually be captured alive. "Stop talking nonsense. Let go of that woman," Chu Feng said coldly. At the same time, he reminded them that they had to believe in his domain methods. The divine magnetic flags were enough to strangle the young martial god's origin. The expressions of the two domain grandmasters changed after hearing this. They reminded the quasi-sages that it would be easy to accomplish once the divine magnetic flags vibrated in unison. Qin Luoying's gaze toward Chu Feng became very gentle. She knew how dangerous it was just now, but Chu Feng had disregarded everything to hide here and enter a desperate situation to save her. Originally, she had some grudges and resentment toward Chu Feng because of her past experiences. But now all of that had been diluted. "Fine, let her go," said a quasi-sage. He didn't want to continue gambling. Qin Luoying returned to Chu Feng's side. Then, they retreated together. "Let's go. Let's return to our original universe." Chu Feng brought her deep underground and crossed the void to leave this place. A group of people followed behind them. In the end, Chu Feng caught up to Ying Zhixian, Ying Xiaoxiao, and the little Taoist. "Have a safe journey. Let's return to our original universe." Chu Feng sent them off one last time. "Take care," said Qin Luoying. "Father, you're still very responsible." "I didn't misjudge you," said the little Taoist. "Brother-in-law." The silver-haired little Lolita was on the verge of tears. She felt reluctant to part with Chu Feng like this because she knew she would forget many things once she returned. "Take care." Ying Zhixian also went forward and whispered to him. "Let's go," urged Chu Feng. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the end, they all turned into a rain of light and disappeared from heaven and earth. "Let go of me," shouted the young martial god. Crack! This time his waist was also broken. At the same time, his skull was loosened by Chu Feng to warn him to behave. Then, Chu Feng chased after the black yak and the others to send them off one last time. Brother, take care. We'll meet again when we return to our original universe. They also turned into a rain of light and disappeared. Chu Feng sent them off with his eyes. Those people might be able to see him after one night, but he knew he still had to wait dozens of years before he could return. He carried the young martial god and sped all the way. He didn't need to think to know how many people were chasing after him along the way. They wanted to save the martial god's descendant. In reality, there were a few quasi-saints and 2 domain grandmasters following behind Chu Feng. However, they were afraid the divine magnetic flag would explode, so they didn't dare to make a move. If a martial god's beloved descendant hadn't become a hostage, they would have launched an attack a long time ago. Chu Feng returned to the wasteland and was a bit worried about Yao Yao. That was because he was really afraid of this world. Any evolver grew up by stepping on the corpses of others. They were all incomparably good at fighting, especially the powerhouses, who knew how many people of the same generation they had refined with special techniques to achieve their current accomplishments. Every one of them had astonishing combat strength. Boom! Soon, violent energy waves came from the depths of the wasteland, causing great panic. The entire ground caved in and divine rain sprinkled down. Oh no, a saint has been slaughtered. A major event like the slaughter of many saints has happened. Someone cried out in alarm. With a swoosh, Yao Yao broke through the air and flew out. Behind her, a total of 11 saints from the plateau fell from the sky one after another. She had been completely annihilated by a shocking and wonderful technique. Heavens, she killed 11 saints in one move. Is she going to defy the heavens? A quasi-saint saw this scene in the distance and trembled all over. One had to know that this woman didn't have a physical body. Moreover, she hadn't entered the saint realm for too long. How could it be like this? Everyone in the wasteland was startled and scared out of their wits. Roar! Beast roars came from the distance. Descendants of divine beasts rushed over from the abyss to participate in the battle. Some are quasi-saints and some are saints. Originally, they wanted to kill Chu Feng and Yao Yao to establish their might. But now, there were saints blocking their way. Yao Yao's phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent, and her peerless appearance was revealed. With a boom, she unleashed another kind of wonderful technique. The next moment, mournful screams could be heard. Descendants of divine beasts, saints, fell once again and turned into a large expanse of blood that dyed the wasteland red. Yao Yao broke out of the encirclement and successfully eliminated all her opponents. I've finally adapted to all the rules of this world. Only in battle can I touch upon the most fundamental things of this world. I won't have to put in so much effort again in a great battle, Yao Yao said softly. However, these words directly scared the quasi-saints along the way silly. None of them dared to stick their heads out. All of them wished they could play dead and escape. Whoosh! Yao Yao sensed Chu Feng's location and immediately rushed over. The little martial god had long since been scared silly. He had always been conceited and arrogant. But now, the little martial god's entire body was stiff. He actually felt ashamed of his inferiority in the face of this beautiful, almost unreal spiritual woman. This woman made him feel inferior. He was a descendant of a god, but compared to this woman, he felt the difference was too great. The little martial god could feel that this woman could defeat people of the same level as easily as pulling out grass or tearing window paper. She was too powerful. In reality, the truth wasn't too far off. Yao Yao's battle awareness had completely returned. She had completely adapted to the world's origins in the battle just now. This caused her combat power to rise sharply. Thus, just now, she once again displayed her stunning performance back on ancient Earth. It was as if she was unrivaled throughout the starry skies in that era, and no one of the same level could challenge her. Let's go, Yao Yao called out to Chu Feng. There was no need to continue killing, otherwise, it might attract the gods. Get rid of those two. Chu Feng pointed at the 2 domain grandmasters behind him. These two tails were too powerful. If they tailed them all the way, they would definitely find them. The two domain grandmasters' faces turned green. They turned around and fled. Then, they exploded the moment Yao Yao stretched out her hand and shot out two beams of light. Crack! In the end, all the bones in the little martial god's body were broken by Chu Feng. Before he left, he was punched into a bloody mist. Chu Feng and Yao Yao disappeared from this place. Only the two of them were left, and it was easy to hide. Chu Feng used his domain technique, and Yao Yao used her secret technique to obliterate all traces of their aura. They disappeared from this world. The most important thing was that a long enough time had passed since Chu Feng had taken the sacred medicine. It was 10 times more difficult to search for him through the laws of karma. Moreover, there was no way to find him as time went by. Time flew by, and dozens of years passed. Chu Feng had been in this world for almost 100 years. He had been cultivating in seclusion for many years, and he was also preparing to return. Chapter 839. In 100 years, the ordinary people of this world had already been completely replaced. Even some weaker evolvers had died of old age. In this fallen land, ordinary evolvers had short lifespans. Their lifespans would increase as their cultivation increased. However, they would reach the end of their lives at the age of 6 or 700 even after becoming a god. 100 years. Chu Feng sighed lightly. He felt an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. An era had passed, and 100 years of mortals had replaced each other. Many of the marks of life no longer existed. Life is too small and insignificant. He looked up at the sky. The sun and moon existed forever, and the vault of heaven remained the same. Gazing into the distance, the earth was thick and heavy. It bore the weight of millions of lives. No matter how time slipped away or how many years erased it, it would always be here. Even a rock on the ground could last for a long time, far surpassing all kinds of life. Life was a miracle, but it was also fragile. Looking at the entire world, it would disappear if one wasn't careful. 100 years. Only Yao Yao, and I should be left, right? Chu Feng had long since understood that souls that hadn't experienced the baptism of divine beast blood couldn't stay for long in this world full of yang qi. They would be corroded and burned by yang qi. Even if they cultivated unceasingly, they would at most last 20 to 30 years. At most, it would be 40 to 50 years. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't seen Yuan Shicheng, the undead silkworm prince, and Yuan ever since they separated in this world. They should have returned long ago. Even Ing Zhixian, the Black Yak, and Qin Luoyin had returned for decades. Although he knew he could see them again in the original universe, Chu Feng now felt like the blue seas had turned into mulberry fields. He experienced the parting of life and death in this world. It's worth being vigilant. You must know how to cherish returning to the original universe. Chu Feng's soul light was powerful. He had almost touched the quasi-saint realm. There were sparkling and translucent threads throughout his body. Those are laws and order. They were incomplete, but they were connected to him. This was the path of a quasi-saint. But Chu Feng didn't dare to truly capture them. He didn't dare to fuse them into his body. He was afraid that by any chance he would have an epiphany, become a quasi-saint, and return to Damung Pure Land, his corporeal body would be burnt to a pile of ashes. If it were anyone else, they would cultivate with all their might, comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and capture the lines of order in hopes of becoming a saint. However, he was restraining himself in fear of breaking through. His dazzling soul light was connected to many sparkling and translucent lines of order. This wasn't Chu Feng's greatest harvest. His strongest point at the moment was the steady increase in his attainments in the field of domains. He had spent most of his time in this field during the past 100 years, pondering over various complicated terrains and arranging domains. Chu Feng had become stronger. He had advanced from the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm to the late stage. Recently, he had made the most crucial breakthrough and became a great Grandmaster. There weren't many domains. From master to grandmaster, then grandmaster, and then grandmaster. Once they reached the saint expert level, then they would be terrifying. They could effectively and directly get rid of saints. Now that Chu Feng was a great grandmaster, he was no longer afraid of quasi-saints. At the very least, he could slaughter entities of this level with his domain techniques. Of course, he had to be fully prepared. After all, he was only an early-stage grandmaster. Chu Feng stood on the mountain ridge. It was autumn again, and the mountains and plains were covered with yellow leaves. The autumn wind was bleak, and every time it swept past, the leaves would fall all over the sky. Chu Feng's soul light was strong, but he couldn't stand steadily. He could vaguely feel an indescribable spatial force pulling him up from the ground and leaving this world. He knew it was the vortex's energy. This world was rejecting him, and the vortex was calling him. It had been too long, and this world was pushing him away. It wanted to send him back to his original universe. I'm not willing to leave just like this. Chu Feng had said he would pick a divine medicine for Yao Yao, but he hadn't put it into action yet. He glanced at Yao Yao. She was still in seclusion and hadn't appeared. The soul light there was boundless. Strands of it could escape through the domains and intertwine with the divine chains of order, forming a terrifying pressure. Yao Yao had become stronger again. Divine medicine. Chu Feng spread out the old animal skin map. He wanted to pick a divine medicine for Yao Yao to help her cultivate. He was already a great grandmaster. It was difficult for the domains of this world to stop his footsteps, but once he picked a divine medicine, it was very likely to alarm the gods. In that case, it would be incomparably dangerous. It would be difficult even if he wanted to leave. At first, the gods didn't care about the sacred medicine, so it didn't matter if he picked it. But divine medicine was different. Even the gods would pay attention to it. Chu Feng glanced at the mountain ridge and left some words for Yao Yao. Then, he left this place alone. He crossed the earth and moved by controlling the chi of the earth. He could travel thousands of miles in a flash. He arrived at the Vicious Beast Plateau first and was stunned to find out about a major event that had happened in the past few decades. The moon goddess had entered her later years and was eliminated. She was replaced by a new god who called herself the Dark Moon Goddess. The Moon Goddess faction had been purged. This was the land of the fallen. It was incomparably cruel. Even gods would meet a tragic end once they entered their later years. They would be killed by covetous people. In reality, they themselves had also ascended to their positions like this. Any divine throne was stained with blood, and behind them were thousands of corpses. The Moon Goddess was charming and outstanding at that time. She seemed pure and holy, but she had also ascended to her position by devouring an old god. In reality, it wasn't only gods. Even ordinary evolvers were fighting and using mutant techniques to refine divinity granules after killing their opponents. They advanced in this way. In short, this world was very cruel. The road to the rise of the strong was accompanied by blood. The sorcerer god has also entered his later years. Only the martial god is still considered strong. As expected, the change of the scepter on the Vicious Beast Plateau is a bloody storm. Chu Feng paced back and forth here. After understanding enough, he felt that the sorcerer god had already entered his later years and that his divine medicine garden was the ideal destination. But he didn't make a move immediately. He hurried toward the abyss again because he wanted to see the situation of those divine beasts. On the way to the wasteland where Qin Luoyin, the little Taoist, Ing Jiaxian, and the others had once resided, Chu Feng stopped slightly. Very soon, he was stunned because he saw a familiar creature here. The yellow fur on that lame fox's entire body had almost fallen off. The latter half of its body had been petrified, but it was still alive and basking in the sun in front of a cliff. This was a fox that called itself the Yang Realm Celestial Venerable. Its eyes were slightly turbid. It already had 1 foot in the grave, and its condition wasn't very good. Senior Celestial Venerable. Chu Feng stopped and greeted it. "You're..." The lame and petrified fox was slightly startled. After that, it came to a realization very quickly and said, "So, it's you. You haven't left yet." This world really isn't that wonderful. Living here for another day means more danger in the future. How can it compare to your own universe? Chu Feng was astonished. This petrified fox knew a lot of things. Could it really be a Yang realm, celestial venerable? Then why haven't you left yet, senior? Asked Chu Feng. The yellow-furred fox laughed miserably. The latter half of its petrified body shifted slightly as it said, I'm an abandoned chess piece. Someone threw me here. Where can I go? I might die if I leave this place. Senior, since you dare to call yourself a celestial venerable, who would dare to throw you here? Just go back, said Chu Feng. He was very curious about this mysterious fox. Clearly, this stone fox had an extraordinary identity and had an extraordinary past. Go back. The lame and petrified fox was slightly lost in thought. After that, its face was full of loneliness. It was very human-like and could truly and subtly display its emotions. It said with disappointment and heartache, I can't go back. After that, it became absent-minded and said, the Yang realm is very vast and boundless. Experts come forth in large numbers. Even a celestial venerable doesn't dare to say he's invincible. That's the true place where geniuses contend for hegemony. In other universes, such as here or the Yin realm, the strongest geniuses that have been nurtured for many eras could only shine in a corner of the Yang realm. When they truly step onto the big stage, they're still far from being able to compete with the inheritors nurtured by some old fellows or the disciples of some glorious orthodoxies. The Yang realm is too resplendent. There are only stronger and no strongest. Some almighty figures have gone into hibernation for who knows how many eras. Some sects have declined and been rebuilt. The orthodoxies within the monastery have changed one after another. But occasionally, the first ancestor of the first-generation sects will come out alive from the most ancient layer of soil beneath the monastery. It's a daunting sight. There are also forbidden lands that have existed since ancient times. Even the almighty figures of the Yang realm don't dare to attack them. There are endless mysterious legends that make people yearn for them. Even I want to know what kind of things or people are lying dormant there. Chu Feng didn't say anything and listened quietly. The petrified fox rambled on and said many things. Some of them were so shocking that even Chu Feng was shocked. For example, he said that there was a sect that had been passed down for 8 million years. It didn't lack deities and even had a few divine kings overseeing it. There were even characters that were close to the celestial venerable realm. But because they wanted to go to some inauspicious land to dig up treasures, the entire orthodoxy was completely annihilated in a single night. The deities of that clan all died tragically. Only a divine king went mad and survived. He shouted when he saw anyone that their ancestor who had died was in those ruins. It was very strange. How could a divine king be afraid of ordinary things and living beings? He was actually scared half to death and went mad in the end. Just thinking about these things was terrifying. That master of mine is so ruthless. He has the most heartless heart of the almighty figures of the Yang realm. When it reached the end, the lame petrified fox actually shed tears. It was very depressed. It didn't know how many years it had been in this world. It had lived longer than many deities because there was something on its body that allowed it to linger on at death's door temporarily. After that, it lost control of its emotions when it talked about the sad part. It was stifled for a long time and told a few things to Chu Feng. Youngster, I advise you to leave earlier. If you have the chance, go to the Yang realm. Perhaps the root of your illness can be cured there, the lame fox advised. Chu Feng was stunned and said, What kind of illness do I have? This is a land of depravity. The whole world is sick, let alone you. There isn't a single person who isn't sick. How long do you think the deities can live? How is it possible for them to reach the end of their lives at 6 to 700 years old? I'm sick, Chu Feng said to himself. You've been in this world for 100 years, so your illness isn't light. The most effective way is to barge into some forbidden land to try your luck. If you can bring out a mysterious talisman, then you can reincarnate. This is the safest method, but it's also the most unrealistic. You can't do it. Even almighty figures will be killed when they barge into the Forbidden Land. Not many people can succeed in that kind of place unless many almighty figures of the Yang realm join hands to beg for it. The lame fox gave him a suggestion. Chu Feng was speechless. Was this world so terrifying? Will there be big problems in the future after staying here for 100 years? You can't walk this kind of path, so try to go to the Yang realm. There are special mountains and rivers there. Some places might have rare fruits or special celestial venerables that can help you cure it. Is it that terrifying? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. The land of the fallen was really too shocking. He had only lived here for 100 years, yet there was actually such a problem. It's even more terrifying than you can imagine. Do you know that this world has long been reserved by that almighty master of mine? He wanted to refine it into a treasure of time, but he gave up in shock in the end. What? Chu Feng was gobsmacked. He had already heard young lady Shi say that back then, this place was called the Land of the Fallen by the people of the Yang realm. Back then, the gods had attacked the Yang realm and tore a corner of this land. However, so many gods and even divine kings were wiped out by a disciple led by an almighty figure of the Yang realm. Not a single one was left. In the end, that almighty figure of the Yang realm wanted to refine this world into a treasure of time. This might also be the reason why the flow of time here was so terrifying. He never thought that today. Chu Feng was fortunate enough to learn that there really was such an almighty figure of the Yang realm, and his disciple was right here, refining a world into a treasure of time. Just how shocking is this ability? Chu Feng was shocked as he looked at the lame, yellow-furred fox. He had many things he wanted to ask, and many things he wanted to consult on. This was too shocking. Chu Feng felt that he had encountered an extraordinary creature. This petrified fox was too terrifying. She was that person's disciple, so she should have personally experienced these things. At the same time, this person should have truly understood what was wrong with this world. Senior, you're his disciple? Yes. Back then, I even attacked together with my master and killed the gods and divine kings of this world. What a pity, and also very sad. In the end, I fell to this world myself, and I'm going to rot with it. When talking about this, the petrified fox almost shed tears as she thought of some sad things. Master, you're so cruel, the petrified fox murmured. Chapter 840. The yellow-furred fox's fur had long been bald. It looked as if it had weathered the passage of time. Its eyes were dim and carried a hint of sadness. It had followed that master for many years, but in the end, it was beaten into this world and was never allowed to return. This place would become its burial ground, and it was incomparably sad. Yes, he gave up on this world. Originally, he did everything he could to refine this world into a treasure of time. He used the refining method on the map fragment that he brought out from a certain restricted area. He used up countless natural treasures and poured too much effort into it. But in the end, he gave up just like that. The reason for everything was because of the gray matter. Even a master of the yellow-furred fox, that powerhouse from the Yang realm, was horrified in the end. The gray matter in this world was endless. Even that powerhouse from the Yang realm was afraid and felt a chill in his heart. This world had been refined by him for many years, and it was almost there, waiting for the treasure to mature. However, because of the gray matter, he was actually afraid. The yellow-furred fox had seen its master's hand tremble, and its heart was rather uneasy. In the end, it reluctantly gave up. He refined this world into a treasure of time only according to a certain map fragment. Chu Feng was surprised and rather shocked. That's right. By chance, he was fortunate enough to dig out some ancient map fragments from a certain forbidden area. Moreover, he rejoiced that he didn't disturb the thing that was slumbering within the forbidden area. He successfully left with the map fragments and refined a world into a treasure of time. When Chu Feng heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how powerful was this powerhouse from the Yang realm? Also, That forbidden area must be unfathomable and simply unfathomable. There was actually such a map fragment. In the end, Chu Feng was even more afraid of this fallen land. Even such a powerful powerhouse from the Yang realm, the master of the petrified fox, had given up on this world. One could imagine how serious the problem was, especially when he thought of the green-skinned calabash on him that was filled with gray matter. This thing made the people from the Yang realm dizzy. Was he courting death? Senior, please look. Chu Feng took out the green-skinned calabash. Oh, an innate, divine object born in the primal chaos. Your luck isn't bad. Facing the calabash formed from the innate spirit root, the yellow-furred fox could even have this kind of attitude and not be that shocked. It could be seen how terrifying its vision was. It was immune to this kind of thing. And this kind of thing was a precious treasure in the underworld universe. Senior, I've collected a gourd of gray matter, Chu Feng said. You? Hearing this, the lame fox's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and said, that kind of substance, others would be afraid to avoid it, but you collect it. He sighed softly and warned Chu Feng that once he was tainted by this thing, it would be very difficult for him to get rid of it for the rest of his life. Chu Feng couldn't let this gourd of gray matter corrode his soul light. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. The yellow-furred fox looked at the world and said, neither you nor I can see it. In truth, the entire world is filled with this gray substance. This is also why I said that it is terrifying to live here for so long. Because of this, the entire world has fallen into a state of decline. According to what it said, this gray substance might have a great origin. That day, it saw its master's finger tremble, and it might have discovered some clues. However, when the yellow-furred fox asked, its master ignored it. They were able to see some sort of truth through the material world, and then the mighty figures of the mortal realm were horrified. Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. The more he pondered, the more he felt that the waters here were too deep. After that, he thought of purgatory, the radiant city of death, and the hole at the end of the reincarnation road. Were these man-made arrangements? In addition, he thought of their realm that the little Taoist mentioned had a restricted area. This kind of place existed in the mortal realm, and there was one in the little Taoist world that could bring out some kind of ancient talisman paper. This talisman paper was like a keepsake, but it also seemed to contain a supreme destiny. Holding it, one could even walk through the reincarnation road. For a moment, Chu Feng's scalp hurt a little. He was thinking a little too far ahead. After being entangled by the gray matter, he could choose to reincarnate and completely format himself. He vaguely saw an invisible hand. Reincarnation might be man-made and not naturally formed, but the talisman paper was a keepsake that was buried in the most terrifying restricted area in the mortal realm. And behind the gray matter, there seemed to be some kind of great terror that made the mighty figures of the mortal realm horrified. All of these seemed to have some threads, very faint threads that were linked together and had an indescribable relationship. These things and these powers involved the abyss of time. They had been in progress since ancient times. As for the space involved, it was everywhere from the mortal realm to these abandoned worlds. Chu Feng felt uneasy in his heart. The more he pondered, the more he felt his heart tremble. Back then, he had walked on the reincarnation road. The ignorant were truly fearless. This kind of action was equivalent to inexplicably barging into a huge scheme. A single mishap, and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. His strength was too low. Fortunately, these schemes were too big, and the people behind them wouldn't pay attention to them all the time. They could easily cross millions and millions of years and pass through the ages. I have to go to the mortal realm. Chu Feng felt that his original universe was too closed off, too desolate, and too barren. There was nothing there. So much so that he didn't even possess the conditions to rise up and fight head-on. At the very least, there were all kinds of orthodoxies in the mortal realm that easily existed for hundreds or even tens of thousands of years. There were even celestial sects that had been indestructible since ancient times and dynasties of evolvers that had existed since ancient times. At the very least, he had a goal to chase after and powerful evolvers to seek advice from. Yes, you can only go to the mortal realm if you want to get rid of everything now. Otherwise, your fate will be very sad. You'll be contaminated by the gray matter, and something big will happen in the process of coming to this world. The yellow fox also advised him. Then, when the yellow fox found out which universe Chu Feng came from, it sighed and said, "That place is a cemetery. It can't be considered a true civilization of evolution." Although the people of the mortal realm couldn't go there and couldn't go deep into the netherworld, the universe where Chu Feng came from was really too desolate for them. In the end, they're all ghosts. In terms of life level, they're much higher than the creatures of the mortal realm, the yellow fox commented. It believed that Chu Feng could only be considered a real human when he broke away from the netherworld universe and appeared in the mortal realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the most basic characteristics of a creature of a mortal realm. Then, Chu Feng asked about many things about the mortal realm. He even shamelessly mentioned breathing techniques and divine arts. But the yellow fox remained silent. "I don't dare pass my techniques to you. Once you grasp them, you won't be safe even if you hide in the netherworld. My master might kill you across the yin and yang." "He's that powerful?" The yellow fox nodded seriously and said, "He's far more powerful than I imagined. Once he knows, he'll definitely think of a way." Chu Feng realized that the yellow fox's master was a ruthless fellow who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He couldn't be provoked. In reality, if he really was a magnanimous master, he wouldn't go so far as to cripple his own disciple and banish him to the land of the fallen forever, never to return. What kind of place was this? Even the powerhouse of the mortal realm was horrified in the end. He gave up the world's most valuable treasure and treated his own disciple like this. It was clear how ruthless he was. For a moment, the yellow fox was somewhat silent. The petrified latter half of its body became increasingly dim, and even its eyes became very turbid. The path of evolution is too dangerous. In the early stages, we enjoy metamorphosis, a change in the level of life. But in the later stages, it becomes a terrifying thing, because you don't know what you will become. Take my master, for example. Finally, the yellow fox mentioned some things about its master, but it didn't dare to go into detail. It was as if they were separated by the boundary wall of the universe. It was worried that its master could hear it. How terrifying was this? We all know what will happen on the normal path of evolution because of the experience of our predecessors. However, once you reach the end of the path, you can only rely on yourself to explore if you want to evolve and become stronger. It's very difficult to say what you'll transform into. It might be a supreme existence, or it might become a great terror. The yellow fox mentioned this matter again. It suspected that it was related to its master again. It didn't say much, but made Chu Feng shiver. He was keenly aware of something. In the end, no matter how Chu Feng consulted or asked, the yellow fox didn't say anything. "Senior, can you tell my fortune?" Chu Feng saw that the fox didn't say anything and asked him to tell his fortune. The memory of that time, several decades ago, was still fresh in his mind. The yellow fox said that the little Taoist would have a bloody calamity, and it was true. It said that there would be a war of gods in the wastelands near the abyss. In the end, the over-vermilion bird killed a god and swept through the world. "I can't tell accurately. I've seen you for a long time and can't tell your fortune," the yellow fox said directly. Chu Feng was stunned. Wasn't this a divine fortune teller? How could it lose its ability? "If I can tell everything about you, I won't talk to you anymore. It's precisely because I feel that there are some variables that I have a sliver of hope for you." The yellow fox was quite frank. Then it asked if Chu Feng had any strange things on his body, or if he had experienced any strange things. Chu Feng heard this and didn't dare to mention the stone box and the 3 seeds. These things were related to too much. He always felt that it was related to the big picture and great karma that he had been thinking about before. He really didn't dare to reveal it. Even if this fox was petrified and said that he had been crippled, he still didn't dare to say anything. I've been to the land of reincarnation and seen a clay idol. Shufeng thought about it carefully and said this secret to test the fox. What? You can walk to that kind of place? There's a clay idol there? Don't mention it. It's best if you cut off everything related to it from your memories. Unexpectedly, the yellow fox had a huge reaction. It was as if it was frightened. This pond water is too deep. The ignorant are fearless. We can talk about it, but those who have truly come into contact with it will be afraid and alarmed. He said this and then told it clearly. This was something that even his master was afraid of and didn't dare to speak carelessly. The higher the level, the more you understand, the more you revere it. My master might have the qualifications to join the game. Even Gao wasn't sure if it had the qualifications to join the game. Even it had once considered itself a deity. In the end, the yellow fox sighed and said that this was the end of its life. There was nothing left to live for. Its path had already been cut off. Its heart was like dead ashes, and there was nothing left to live for. My only obsession is to return to the world of the living. If you have the strength in the future, can you come here and take my remains and bury me in the world of the living? This was its last wish. At the same time, the yellow fox told Shufeng that it wouldn't let him do these things for free. If I have that kind of ability, I will definitely help. Shufeng nodded. All right, I'll tell you a location. You have to remember that this is something I brought out from a certain forbidden area with my master. I buried it somewhere in the world of the living, and I didn't tell anyone about it. It even guessed that its master might be looking for this thing. However, it had been crippled by its master and thrown here. It was impossible to say that it didn't have any resentment. Thus, it didn't report to its master in the end. Shufeng memorized the coordinates. Then he sighed and said, I also have one last wish. I promised Yao Yao that I would help her pick a divine medicine, but I'm not sure yet. Senior, can you help me? The yellow fox looked at him with its turbid eyes. In the end, it sighed and said, I found that you possess a very good quality that is very suitable to develop in the world of the living. Shufeng was surprised and interested. He asked what kind of quality it was. What a thick skin. The yellow fox commented. Shufeng had just gotten to know it and was slightly familiar with it, yet he shamelessly asked for its help. Moreover, it was so natural. From the fox's point of view, this was a kind of innate talent. Shufeng's face immediately darkened. Was this a F*** compliment? The world of the living is very frightening. There are too many cruel things. If you want to live well, being thick-skinned and black-hearted is the most basic and simple character. Back then, I wasn't black-hearted, ruthless, and black-skinned enough. I reflected on myself for a long time. Shufeng was speechless. He didn't care about these things. Then he asked, Senior, I do have one last wish now that you can help me. Chapter 841. I'm almost embarrassed by your praise. Shufeng sighed with a tranquil look on his face. Am I F** praising you? The yellow fox tilted its head and looked at him. It was obvious that it didn't want to wade into these muddy waters with him and didn't want to pluck the divine medicine with him. Senior, please put in some effort and think about how to dig up a divine medicine. Shufeng humbly asked for guidance. The yellow fox rolled its eyes. Did it say all those words for nothing? It had squeezed this brat for nothing. There was really no one else with such mental fortitude and such thick skin. In the end, the yellow fox was forcefully dragged along by Shufeng. Senior, have you thought of a way? How about this? I'll wait for you here, Shufeng said seriously. He wanted to stay here and wait for the yellow fox to pluck the medicine. What do you mean? The yellow fox's petrified body couldn't help but tremble slightly at this moment. It was angry. In the end, it was reduced to plucking the medicine while this thick-skinned brat reaped the fruits of its labor and waited for it to return. I'm afraid I'll drag you down and become your burden, said Shufeng. It's fine. Let's go take a look together. The yellow fox requested that he must follow and approach the abyss together. Then, the more it pondered, the more it felt uneasy. What was going on? Was he really going to pluck the medicine with this brat? Chu Feng was deeply worried along the way. He thought about the gray substance. This thing would haunt him for life once he came into contact with it. How is he going to break it? Especially since the Black Yak, Qin Luoyin, Ingzhe Xian, and the others had all come into contact with the gray substance. Even if it wasn't much, it might still have a very bad effect. However, he only had a black talisman on him, and it was something he had snatched from his son, the little Taoist. It wasn't enough at all. With a sigh, Chu Feng looked up at the sky. Why are you sighing? What are you thinking about? The yellow fox asked. I was thinking about my experience at the end of the path of reincarnation. I clearly saw 10 people, all holding talismans. Some were silver, some were red, but I was too shy and didn't have the nerve to attack them all. Chu Feng let out a long sigh. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known that these talisman papers were so useful, he would have killed all of them regardless of their origins. Be it the twin sisters or the winged blonde man. He would have knocked them out and robbed them of all their talisman papers. The yellow fox didn't want to pay attention to him anymore after hearing his long-winded regret. How could he say he was too shy? Senior, is there a pattern to the appearance of those talisman papers? Or are the people who walk the path of reincarnation all rushing over at a special time? Otherwise, why did those people arrive one after another last time, all within a certain time frame? Chu Feng humbly asked for advice. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed very modest. However, the yellow fox didn't think he was a gentleman. It couldn't help but ask him what he wanted. Chu Feng was quite direct. Last time, I was too shy to attack them. If the heavens give me another chance, I definitely won't disappoint them. I'll sneak attack them all the way. Looking at his righteous words and his solemn expression, the yellow-furred fox sighed inwardly. What a genius to be able to talk about robbery and robbing the Tao in the cycle of reincarnation in such a dignified and sacred manner. It was truly rare to find someone like him. The waters of the path of reincarnation are too deep, and the level involved is too high. Even my master doesn't know everything about it, let alone me. The yellow fox didn't want to discuss the path of reincarnation with this serious bandit. Firstly, it was afraid. Secondly, it felt that robbing was too embarrassing. All of a sudden, it really wanted to understand Chu Feng. What kind of person was he? A thick-skinned creature like him should be doing well in the netherworld, right? Then it asked. In this regard, Chu Feng simply mentioned some old stories to beautify himself. What kind of person was the yellow fox? It had experienced all kinds of storms. In recent times, it had fallen from the clouds to hell. It had wandered from place to place and experienced all the bitterness of the human world. Its eyelashes were empty. From Chu Feng's words, it immediately felt that there was a problem. You're just the owner of a grocery store? How could it believe that a small store owner had the ability to come to this universe? Chu Feng nodded. I'm particular about honesty. The things I sell are genuine and honest. That's why I've made a name for myself. He was boasting that everyone who had bought said it was good. Every time there was an auction, many people from all over the universe would take the initiative to bid for it. They would compete to buy it and finally make a name for themselves. The yellow fox looked dumbfounded. In the end, it really couldn't understand. May I ask, what are you selling? This. Chu Feng looked embarrassed. It's a small business. I hunt some local specialties. It's fine if you don't tell me. I'm just running a small business to make a living. Don't be so humble. Tell me about it. I'm judging whether you'll be able to do well in the world of the living in the future. I'm evaluating your potential, the yellow fox said seriously. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression immediately became solemn. I'm only selling some divine sons, saintesses, etc. The yellow fox staggered. Then, it stared at Chu Feng with a stunned expression. Its lips trembled slightly, but it couldn't say anything in the end. It already had a certain bottom line in its heart. It didn't expect that this young man would be able to break through it. He wasn't a good person. He was a freaking human trafficker. It wanted to turn around and leave on the spot. Even if it needed to be a ruthless person, it couldn't go beyond a certain bottom line. Senior, I'm just trying to protect myself. I was forced to do this. Chu Feng had a sincere expression as he explained the situation in detail. The yellow fox's expression was uncertain. It's pardonable. However, you praise yourself to the point that you look like a flower bud. You're still a human trafficker. The yellow fox pondered for a moment. However, I feel that a person like you might be able to live a better life. You're more suitable for the world of the living. I'll choose you this time. What did it mean? Chu Feng was suspicious. Why did it feel like this wasn't the yellow fox's first time choosing people? Yes, I've chosen a few people. Some of them are known as the 9 reincarnations Good Samaritans, and some are regarded as the destined children of this world. They have noble characters and are all good people. However, after entering the world of the living, all of them died miserably. They were quickly killed and eaten. Even the opportunities one gave them ended up in the hands of others. Really, the yellow fox sighed. Those whom had thought highly of all died miserably. So, you feel that I'm more suitable? Chu Feng felt that something was amiss. Yes, with your innate aptitude, few can compare to you. I'm looking forward to the day when I can hear the news of you selling divine sons and saintesses in the world of the living. Damn it, wasn't that courting death? Chu Feng looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Don't be angry. What I mean is, with your talent, you've even been a human trafficker before. After entering the world of the living, you'll definitely not be a good person. You'll live well and not disappoint my expectations of you. Chu Feng could see that this old bastard was certain that he wasn't a good person. He felt that he might create a new situation because of this. This made him unhappy because he was being labeled as a villain. Let me tell you, you must remember the address I told you. That's the last thing I can give out, and it's also the most precious thing. If my master finds out, he might be incomparably excited. Senior, if I return to the world of the dead from here, I might have my memories erased. I won't be able to remember anything. Do you have any methods? Asked Chu Feng. The yellow fox immediately frowned. This problem was too difficult. It involved the laws of the entire universe. Now that it was crippled, how could it have so many methods? I'll think about it later and think of a way, it said in the end. You really can? Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised. Then he said, then let's do a good deed to the end. I have a companion called Yao Yao. Let her retain her memories too. Boundless deity, damn it. Brad, are you done yet? Your skin is so thick that there's no end to it. You're asking for too much. I'm already considering if it's just one person. There's no chance if it's two. The yellow fox was anxious. It completely threw away its responsibilities and didn't care about him anymore. Isn't this a discussion? Senior, don't be angry. Come, let's talk slowly. Chu Feng hurriedly smiled apologetically. Why do I find you so displeasing to the eye? You're born like a villain. Say, once someone like you enters the world of the living, won't you be immediately beaten to death? The yellow fox stared at him over and over again. How is that possible? I've already sold off all my enemies at a reduced price. From what I see, the world of the living is just SOSO. In the future, I'll dig up a few forbidden areas to see what's inside. The premise is, can the things you've prepared for me help me rise to power? Will they work or not? Senior, why don't you tell me a few more locations so I could dig up more good things? How about you write down your breathing technique and divine arts in reverse? I think no matter how remarkable your master is, he won't be able to sense it. I'll just go and practice them straight on later. Stay on the side. Just like that. The two walked toward the abyss and were about to approach it. Isn't this the path to the vermilion bird's abyss? Chu Feng was astonished. Then he opened his eyes wide and came to a sudden realization. Senior, you can calculate. Could it be that you've foreseen that the old vermilion bird is about to die? That's why you brought me here, to pick the divine vermilion bird medicine? The yellow fox looked deeply at him and said, this vermilion bird doesn't cultivate any special techniques, so it can live for an exceptionally long time. I think it can live for at least another 50 years. Then what are we doing here? Let's hurry up and run. Chu Feng turned around and left. You're so slippery, come back. The yellow fox shouted. Then it told Chu Feng that it knew the old vermilion bird and could be considered one of its few friends in this world. Back then, when the old vermilion bird was still young, It almost chose this vermilion bird and sent it to the world of the living. Hearing this, Chu Feng immediately became spirited. There's actually such a thing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Senior, in a while you can dig up 5 divine medicines. That shouldn't be a problem, right? You talk too much. What are you thinking about? The vermilion bird medicine is very important to the young vermilion birds. If I give it all to you, what about them? Hearing this, Chu Feng immediately said, didn't the old vermilion bird destroy the abyss of the flying serpent? It's fine if you give me some flying serpent medicine. You talk too much. The more the yellow fox looked at him, the more he seemed like a villain. That's right, Senior, we're going to enter the vermilion bird abyss. Say the old vermilion bird doesn't have long to live. What about the young vermilion birds? You're so worried. What are you trying to say? The yellow fox glared at him. The remaining young vermilion birds are all alone without parents to care for them. How pitiful. How about this? I'll take them away and raise them well. If there's a chance, I'll even bring them into the world of the living and give them the vast sky. When they grow up, they'll fight in the world of the living. How good is that? I sympathize with the weak the most, so I'll definitely protect them. As Chu Feng spoke, his expression became serious and even more impassioned. That makes sense. Wait, you human trafficker, you really know how to swindle people. You want the young vermilion birds, but you have to say it in such an impassioned manner. Don't tell me you want to kidnap and sell them. The yellow-furred fox had a suspicious look on its face, staring at him endlessly. Of course not. I'm serious. They're pitiful, so I want to take them away and raise them into adults. Please believe in the heart of a hot-blooded youth. Right now it's boiling hot. Don't let this pure and kind heart of mine turn cold. Chu Feng patted his chest. Say no more. Let's enter the abyss of the vermilion bird first. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.